Hello and welcome to another live stream. I know that I've been doing a lot of live streams lately, but that's because I have been doing a lot of research on not just cults, but the Jehovah's Witness cult specifically. And I have been just I, I can't just put out a video right now because the videos that I'm working on right now just involve a lot of research, which is why I thought that maybe you guys would like to join me with a little bit of research. In this case, with the Geoffrey Jackson testimony, which I haven't seen since I woke up like 2 years ago. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to check out Geoffrey Jackson's testimony. A channel with the name of J Control uploaded absolutely like everything from the Australian Royal Commission and then nothing else, which is amazing. So when I was waking up, I watched the whole thing, and obviously the most notable is Geoffrey Jackson's testimony. So I just wanted to go real to go through why Geoffrey Jackson was being interviewed. This is because of the Australian Royal Commission. The Australian Royal Commission assembled well, not assembled, but it started a hearing. Not a judging, or nobody's going to prison. This is just a hearing as a way to inquire into the experience of survivors of child abuse within this religion, the response of this religion to the reports, the system and procedures in place within the Jehovah's Witness Church and within the society in general on how they respond to these abuse allegations, and any related matters. So I hope you guys get comfy, because we're not gonna watch it at the regular speed. We're gonna watch it with auto-generated subtitles, a little bit faster. Geoffrey Jackson, when the Australian Royal Commission got together to study the Jehovah's Witnesses, which was the 29th case study that they went into, they asked for a governing body member to show up, because they were like, look, we're talking about important shit, so can you please send one of the people who lead your religion. And the Jehovah's Witness religion said no, they refused it. However, they got hold that Geoffrey Jackson was visiting family in Australia when this was happening. So they gave him a subpoena and basically made him show up over here. He didn't show up over here because he wanted to. He showed up over here because the government made him show up. And you see how, like, the resentment that Geoffrey Jackson has, probably because of that. Because this testimony is one of the most obtuse and misleading testimonies I have ever seen. So this is going to be a lesson on how Jehovah's Witnesses lie, through how Geoffrey Jackson lied to the world under oath, and we'll see, because the way that he lied is the exact same way that Jehovah's Witnesses in general lie. Hello to everyone to everyone who's joining. Hi Simply Lord. Hi Clivel. Hi Lo. Hi Mark. Hi everybody. I hope you guys enjoy this. Let's just start with this. Again, you can watch the whole thing unedited, uncommented, in Jake's Control's YouTube channel.
You, but I can't see you on screen at the moment. But I think that can be adjusted.
Is that something at the other end or at this end? We can see you now. Can you see us?
Yep.
They start with a little bit of issues, obviously, like every single video call. Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Could I announce my appearance on behalf of Mr. Jackson? Brandon.
Sorry, Mr. Dan. Yes. Yes, you have leave.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, you need to be sworn. Do you have,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you have a Bible there?
I certainly do.
Would you take the Bible in your hand, please, and repeat after me? I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give in this Royal Commission
that the evidence I shall give in this Royal Commission
shall be the truth,
Great angle.
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Yes, thank you. Take a seat again, please.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
This is we can talk a little bit about Jehovah's Witnesses, how Jehovah's Witnesses lie with this, because Jehovah's Witnesses are not they have what they call what the leadership calls basically theocratic warfare, where they basically say, oh, if it's not your right, if we don't determine that it's your right to know about this stuff, then we don't have to give you the truth. We can obfuscate the truth. You know, we can pretty much lie and it's fine. But that is voided when you have to swear on it. When you swear that you're under oath, basically. You can't use theocratic warfare, but we will still see Geoffrey Jackson lie, even though he's technically not even supposed to.
Sister, as Your Honour pleases. Mr. Jackson, will you state your full names and your work address, please?
Yes, my name is Geoffrey William Jackson, and I work at 25 Columbia Heights, but the mailing address is 124 Columbia Heights, Brooklyn, New York.
Mr. Jackson, I understand you were born in Queensland, Australia in 1955, is that right?
That is correct.
And you were baptized as a Jehovah's Witness in Queensland in 1968.
That is correct.
And you left school at the age of 15 and commenced pioneering work for the Jehovah's Witnesses in Tasmania, is that right?
That is correct.
And thereafter you fulfilled various roles as translator and then branch committee member, first in Fiji and then in Samoa.
If I could correct you, Mr. Stewart, please. First of all in Samoa and then in Fiji.
Thank you. And as I understand it,
It's insane how good of a job Angus Stewart did at researching Geoffrey Jackson. It's just crazy how well he knows Geoffrey Jackson. He knows Geoffrey Jackson better than the vast majority of Jehovah's Witnesses, which is insane.
2003, you were transferred to the translation services
I'm going to turn off this light because I feel it's a little bit too bright.
in New York, is that right?
Yes, in the state of New York, but in the educational facility of Jehovah's Witnesses upstate in Patterson.
And in September 2005, you were appointed as a member of the governing body of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
That is correct.
And as I understand it, you've served continuously in that capacity since then.
That is correct as well.
And on the governing body, I understand that you are a member of both the writing and the teaching committees, is that right?
If I may be allowed to explain, each governing body member has a home committee where his office is based. So in my case, I work in the writing department under the writing committee, but then also I have the role of a consultant with the teaching committee as well as the personnel committee. But
This is a little bit interesting because Geoffrey Jackson shows here something that as far as I know, we didn't really know about the governing body members. Apparently, according to Geoffrey Jackson, every governing body member has assigned to them a specific department of Bethel. And his department that he's assigned to is whatever he said. So everyone has an apartment for them. So it kind of makes sense that it's usually like a constant-ish number of like between 10 and 20-ish governing body members at any point, not 10 and 20, but like between 10 and 15-ish on average, because they do have to take care of all of these departments. So once somebody died, it's not just that the governing body member died, but the person who was in charge of the department also, passed away. So it's a leadership position that has a general reach to the average Jehovah's Witness, but also has a very specific reach depending on which governing body member we are talking about, which kind of makes me wonder, which is the governing body member that's in charge of the service department? That that, because that governing body member, that deserves to go to prison. That's the one, right? So the one that in top of all of them, like, that's the first one. So yeah, just something interesting, something to think about.
I do serve on the teaching and personnel committees.
Yes, so as I understand it, you serve on the writing, teaching,
That's
and
true.
personnel committees,
Geoffrey,
is that right?
Jeffrey Jackson, it's kind of weird to see him like this because he looks like a governing body member. Like, you know, he looks like a Jehovah's Witness over here, like the most Jehovah's Witness ever. Which is why I feel like this is such an important tool to wake up Jehovah's Witnesses. Not necessarily like that every Jehovah's Witness is going to wake up by seeing this. I don't think they will. But if a Jehovah's Witness is having doubts about this specifically, about, you know, how they treat child abuse inside the Jehovah's Witness religion, this could be useful. So yeah. By the way, every single one of my live streams, like the last 3 of my live streams, have been completely demonetized, and I have absolutely no idea why. Which is why I don't even care. Like, I'm just gonna say like the words that get me demonetized out loud, because, you know, it's not worth the headache. This is probably gonna be demonetized.
That is correct.
And could you just briefly explain what it means to be a consultant on one of the committees?
Yes. With regard to my role, each member of the governing body, of course, there are 7 at the moment, each brings something to the table with regard to expertise. My field is translation, and as you realize and have mentioned, it has been for quite some time. But also, obviously, I was appointed on the governing body because of my spiritual qualifications. So my role as a consultant with the teaching committee and personnel committee involves me evaluating recommendations that are made to see if, first of all, they are scripturally accurate and correct, and secondly, whether they're translatable.
So would that be with regard to all business and decisions of the committees on which you serve, you would fulfill that function you've just described?
That is the function that I fulfill.
So in other words, to give guidance and ensure that the decisions at work, excuse me, of those committees are scripturally accurate and correct.
As well as translatable.
And by translatable, do you mean translatable into various languages of the world?
Yes, you probably are aware of the fact that Jehovah's Witnesses translate their material into nearly 900 languages. I think it's something like 893 translation teams we have, and our magazine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute it for or lower it, because, you know, he's just talking about what he does. But yeah, this played a big role on waking my mom up as well. I kind of just, you know, gave her the general idea of what this was, and she looked it up by herself, and she was like, this is disgusting. This is embarrassing.
It covers all the business in the aspect of me analyzing the scriptural basis for decisions.
Now, could you explain, Mr. Jackson, the committee structure and how it relates to the governing body, which is to say, do the committees report to, and are they accountable to the governing body as a whole, or how does it work?
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Yes, the governing body, as I mentioned, has 7 members. As you would realize, with 8.2 million active members of Jehovah's Witnesses, with approximately 20 million associated with us, there is no way that the 7 members...
Yeah, this is one of the first ways that he lies. He lies by diminishing what he does, like diminishing the importance of what he does. He's like one of the most important Jehovah's Witnesses ever, but he wants to come across as just like a consultant. Like he doesn't even know about leadership.
Those various aspects. But if I may also mention something I think the Commission hasn't noticed is that there are a role of 30 helpers, and these helpers join us in our, not the governing body committee, but the various subcommittees. And they help us by making recommendations and implementing the policies.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is it the case that the helpers also attend the governing body meetings that occur weekly but don't make decisions there?
No, they don't normally attend the one meeting the governing body has each Wednesday, unless, of course, we need some special input from one of them or from several, and then they may be invited as needed. But you're correct in saying they do not vote.
And so is it right to say that the committees then are accountable to the governing body?
There is yes, ultimately the governing body oversees the work of the committees, but there is a measure of trust, obviously, that goes on. Maybe if I could use an example, I would be the last person on earth to ask with regard to construction.
Yeah, again, he's just trying to be like, oh, look, I don't even know anything about construction. Like helpers, if anything, they do more work than us.
That type of expertise, we would trust them to go ahead with most of the decisions.
Now, you've said that the governing body presently has 7 members. I withdraw that. How is it determined how many members there will be from time to time?
There can be any number of members on the governing body. In the past few decades, for example, when I was appointed on the governing body, there were 12 of us. I believe the number has been 18 at one stage. But the qualifications of a member for the governing body involves someone who is considered an anointed witness, who has worked in scriptural, with a scriptural background, either as a missionary or full-time servant for many years, and is able to fulfill the role.
Hey, thank you so much, WO for $5. It really helps because that's probably all of the money that I'm gonna make from this, which is fine. I mean, the channel barely makes any money. Like it doesn't even make enough money to like properly be to be self-sustained. Like I still have to like work a lot on other stuff, but everything helps. So thank you so much. Like the point of the channel is to bring attention to all of this horribleness and maybe inspire you to find ways to wake someone up. So yeah, thank you so much for all of your support. It's really appreciated.
Of the governing body, which is, may I state, a spiritual group of men who are the guardians of our doctrine. And as guardians of the doctrine, look at things.
Interesting, because I feel like this is how governing body members see themselves as. They see themselves as guardians of doctrine. You see him say this several times, and I think just as we had this language when we were Jehovah's Witnesses to talk about ourselves or whatever, to talk about someone spiritual, and you know what that means. And that means a different thing in Jehovah's Witness vernacular and whatever. I feel like the more you go up in the organization, the more languages, not languages, the more idioms they will have, and the more idioms you will see. So I feel like, for instance, company man is, I believe, one of the idioms that they use society man at Bethel, according to one of the videos, if I'm not misremembering a video by JT. And I think maybe guardians of the doctrine is one of these terms. Thank you so much to GM for 10 Canadian dollars. I am so jealous. One time I saw that in dispensaries in Canada, they also have like psychedelics and stuff like LSD, ayahuasca, shrooms, and all that stuff. And I'm like, I want to live there. I want to live there.
That need to be decided based on our doctrines, which are based on the Constitution of the Bible.
And I take it if the governing body is to be increased in size, that will be a decision of the governing body itself.
That is correct. But obviously, we would get information from other fields.
And is it the case that the governing body then appoints new members of the governing body?
That is correct.
And does someone have a designated role such as coordinator or chairperson or president?
You mean of the governing body?
Yes.
Or do you mean the subcommittees?
No, I mean of the governing body.
Yes, we rotate each year. There's a chairman of the governing body, but the chairman's role is merely to chair the meetings.
And so there's no one who has a permanent role of coordination or designation, such as president or what have you.
It's kind of interesting. Like he's saying that basically all governing body members are mostly equal. We know by the Raymond France book that some governing body members, depending on how their personalities are, may lead more than others, but technically they're all equal.
Itself, how are decisions made? By which I mean, are they made only by consensus or by majority, or is there some other system you adopt?
So if a policy or a question comes up with regard to doctrine or something that involves a our biblical stand, we will allow someone to come in and present to us all the facts concerning that. Obviously, the 7 involved cannot be familiar with every aspect that we need to consider. So once the proposal has been given to the governing body, it's an agenda point. Ahead of time, each governing body member, with prayer, by means of prayer and reading the Bible, then tries to see how the Bible would affect any particular decision. So then in our discussion, generally from my experience, which has only just been the last 10 years, in most cases, it's unanimous.
And if it's not, then it would be carried by majority, etc.
That is the case, but as I said, it's a rare thing, because if someone, perhaps their conscience is not clear or feel comfortable.
Speaking of conscience, according to Ray France, this kind of shows that what Ray France wrote is still, it's probably still what happens today. That it doesn't have to be unanimous. As long as there's a majority, then that will be the rule. And he is insisting that almost always they are reached to a unanimous decision, because if they didn't, then that would mean that there are people in the governing body who disagree with the doctrine, which is kind of what he's implying. Like, even by saying, oh, that almost never happens, he's admitting that some governing body members disagree with some parts of the doctrine, and they believe that it should be different, but it's just that they're not in the majority. And that's why the doctrine doesn't change, which is, again, what Raymond Friend said. So again, this is very interesting. Once you've read a lot about Jehovah's Witnesses, well, once you've never heard about Jehovah's Witnesses, this is still interesting if you've never heard about them. But once you've read about them, it's more interesting, because you can find these little nuggets and be like, oh, maybe this is kind of what Raymond Friend was saying. Maybe this is still valid, because we can't judge the organization necessarily for what Raymond France wrote. He wrote that like over 30 years ago. So the organization has definitely changed in ways that Raymond France would never even have imagined. So we can't just keep our image of the organization as the organization that Raymond France portrayed. And it's hard to figure out how the organization works, because it's not like we get governing body members like Geoffrey Jackson telling us, or Raymond France telling us how the governing body works all the time.
With a certain decision, then more often than not.
Thank you so much for asking. Yes, we're still getting evicted, but we got an extension. I think I said it in one of the live streams, but yeah, obviously not everyone watches all of the shit that I put out. So yeah, we're still getting evicted, but we managed to push it. We originally we were getting evicted and we were supposed to leave like in a week, but we got a couple months extra. So yeah, we've been. That's also why I haven't been able to put out as many videos, because we've been looking for houses and stuff, and it's just, and I've had to like work more on work that actually pays money, because I need money for the deposit still and all of that stuff. It's very expensive. So yeah, but yeah, thank you so much for asking, and thank you so much to Clyde Bale for $9.99. Thank you so much. That is very, very, very appreciated.
We would rely upon God's Spirit by holding up on making a final decision until more research is done, and then we would meet again.
And by what mechanism would you understand God's Spirit to direct your decisions?
Well, what I mean by that is by prayer and using our Constitution, God's Word, we would go through the Scriptures and see if there was any biblical principle at all that would influence our decision. And it could be that in our initial discussions, there was something that maybe we were missing, and then in another discussion that would come to light. So we would view that as God's Spirit motivating us because we believe the Bible is God's Word and came by means of Holy Spirit.
And your reference to your Constitution, I understand by the way in which you raised the Bible, as you said that you're referring to the Bible.
The Bible is our Constitution, yes.
Now, the governing body is in the literature referred to as the faithful and discreet slave. Can you briefly explain what that means?
Thank you for the question. The scripture, Your Honor, if I may use my Bible,
Yes,
I would like to turn to.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is interesting. This is for the first time he's questioning Angus Stewart, who's interviewing Geoffrey Jackson, is questioning Geoffrey Jackson about their governing not the governing body, their faithful slave position, which is what, according to Geoffrey Jackson, gives them the ability or the right to rule over Jehovah's Witnesses, for lack of a better word. They would call it take the leadership. How do they call it? Take the. I can't remember how they call it. I've been researching so many cults by now.
To Matthew chapter 24.
Taking the lead. Taking the lead. I knew that it would come to me.
Now, Mr. Stewart, perhaps I could give you the page number to make it a little quicker.
You really are.
On it already, Mr.
Matthew
Jackson.
24. Oh, very good. So Matthew 24.
See, how come? How this is so condescending. Geoffrey Jackson is so condescending. He's like, hey, you know, I can give you the Bible page, because Jehovah's Witnesses love to show off on how fast they are getting a Bible verse. And Angus Stewart is like, I actually am already there. And Geoffrey Jackson, instead of being like, oh, okay, or you know, whatever, he's like, oh, very good. Like, he congratulates Angus Stewart for being as fast as him, which is just, oh my God. This is the very first time that you'll see this, but this is not going to be the last time. The sense of superiority that Geoffrey Jackson has over these people is very apparent the more the interview goes on.
Verses 45 and 46. And this is how the governing body views their role, what they try to do. There it says, who really is the faithful and discreet slave, for whom his master appointed over his domestics, to give them their food at the proper time. Happy is that slave if his master on coming finds him doing so. So the goal of the governing body as custodians of our doctrine is to publish literature that helps people in everyday life using what the Bible says. And if I may just add a second scripture, which I feel is very important, is the one found in the book of Acts. Acts chapter 6, it's page 1468, Mr. Stewart. 1468, Acts chapter 6. And here we have perhaps something that the Commission is more interested in rather than just our overall spiritual teachings. We have a situation in the first century where there was a practical problem where the Greek-speaking widows were not receiving food from the arrangement that was in place. So the apostles at that point...
You can see Angus Stewart is already bored. He's like, I asked you a very simple question.
Were asked to try and sort out this problem. And you notice there in verse 3 and 4, it says, so brothers, select for yourselves 7 reputable men from among you, full of spirit and wisdom, that we may appoint them over this necessary matter, but we will devote ourselves to prayer and to the ministry of the word. So verse 4 describes the role of the governing body as we see it, to devote ourselves to prayer and the word of God. And that's why 30 helpers have been assigned. They're involved more with the practical side of policy and implementation. That's
crazy that they have a Bible backing for the helpers. That is, I feel like they are probably very lazy. I feel like, look, when you're Jehovah's Witness, you have to be in like this constant Jehovah's Witness like hamster wheel of never thinking that you're enough. And like, there's nothing that you can do that is enough. If you're already spending all of your time preaching because you're an auxiliary pioneer, and you're a ministerial servant, and you're serving in the congregation, that's not enough. They'll be like, no, you should be an elder. And if you're already an elder, well, can you work for Bethel? And if you can work for Bethel, well, how much can you work? And how much can you really do for the organization? Is your best good enough? That never stops for most Jehovah's Witnesses. The only Jehovah's Witnesses that still stops, that stops, is for governing body members. Governing body members are the only ones that reach the top, that where their best is good enough, because they're the ones who determine what the rules are. So I feel like they are extremely boring, and they felt so guilty about that. They were like, oh, if we have to have everybody to like a group of 30 people to do all of our jobs, maybe we should find like a Bible excuse like we like to do.
Do correct me, Mr. Jackson, if I misunderstand this, but this does seem to me to suggest, in the use of the words, brothers, select for yourselves 7 reputable men, that a broader congregation of believers would make the selection rather than the 7 themselves.
I fucking love it. Look at Geoffrey Jackson's face. I wish I could. There was a way. Can I zoom in this? I can't. Fudge. I can't zoom on this. But look at the face. It's just like, fuck. Because Geoffrey Jackson very much just said, "Hey, so we select a group of helpers for ourselves." Because it's here in the Bible where it says, "Oh, you select seven people for yourselves," and then Angus Stewart is like, that's not what you read, right? You said that Bible verse is saying that that's why you select helpers, but that Bible verse is telling other Christians to select helpers by themselves. But you're not letting other Christians choose them. You're choosing them yourself, right? So this really doesn't have anything to do with what you're saying, right? And just his face is insane.
Well, this is one of the difficulties we have when a secular commission is trying to analyze a religious subject. I humbly would like to mention that point. Our understanding of the scriptures is these ones were appointed by means of the apostles. Your point is well taken. Let's assume hypothetically that others selected these 7 men, but it was at the direction of the apostles.
So he basically says, yeah, that's what happens when idiots like you read the Bible and try to interpret it. Idiots like you would read the Bible and interpret it the way that it's right. But even if other people selected the people by themselves, it was still the apostles who told them to select the people. So it was still the apostles who did the selection indirectly, which is good enough, like strong enough for us. Again, just this is another way that Jehovah's Witnesses lie, by using approximations of the truth.
And do you, as members of the governing body, regard yourselves as being appointed by Jehovah God or under the capacity or authority of Jehovah God?
What we view ourselves as fellow workers with our brothers and sisters, we have been given a responsibility to guard or to be guardians of doctrine. So just the same with elders are referred to as being appointed by Holy Spirit. As you probably are aware, we believe that means that when an elder is in harmony with what the Bible says is required of an elder, then he is appointed by Holy Spirit. So the same is true with the governing body.
So where it's said that the faithful and discreet slave is made up of a small group of anointed brothers, are we to understand that as the belief behind that being that you are anointed by the Holy Spirit?
That is correct. But if I could just enlarge on that, there are many anointed Jehovah's Witnesses who do not serve on the governing body.
And that would include all the elders around the world, would that be right?
Would be right.
No, that is not correct. The anointing process that we are referring to is referred to in the book of Romans chapter 8, where it speaks of a heavenly calling. So the majority of Jehovah's Witnesses hope to live in a paradise earth, whereas those who have been selected by means of Holy Spirit have a hope to live in heaven, to go to heaven when they die, in other words.
And Mr. Jackson, is that the 144,000 that's referred to?
Ultimately, in the book of Revelation, chapter 14, it refers to the total number being 144,000.
Just say yes, man. Like he can't answer with a yes or no to save his life. It's infuriating. He always has to go through this pedantic explanation of what he's about to say, even when he's like, yeah, you're right. Like, no, he has to explain it. Jesus.
Governing body, or do the members of the governing body?
He really did. Honestly, Angus Stewart, I would absolutely fucking love to like, just, I don't know, to just shake his hand, pay him dinner. I don't know, because Angus Stewart, I have never seen somebody like a worldly person who has never been in this religion be so well informed in so many things, and that obviously goes on to the people who informed him. But I mean, he had to find those people, and he had to do a lot of research, and you can really tell because he knows Jehovah's Witness religion almost as like, better than most Jehovah's Witness in their religion, actually.
Do you see yourselves as
Oh,
modern day disciples, modern day equivalent of Jesus's disciples?
This is one of my favorite parts. This is so filled with like golden nuggets. Angus Stewart asks him if they see themselves as the equivalent of Jesus' disciples. We know that they do. We know that they do. They are so arrogant that they do see themselves not only as the equivalent of Jesus' disciples, but as the equivalent of like Moses and all those people who were taking the lead, because at the end of the day, those people were taking the lead on Jehovah's people, and now they're taking the lead on Jehovah's people today. So yes, they are the equivalent. So let's see what Geoffrey Jackson says.
We certainly hope to follow Jesus and be his disciples.
That's how Jehovah's Witnesses lie as well. They answer the question that, not the question that you asked, but the question that they wish you had asked. Jehovah's Witnesses don't, these classes are so terrible. I don't know why. Jehovah's Witnesses don't, when Jehovah's Witnesses answer a question, they don't answer with the truth. The truth is not the first thing that the Jehovah's Witness will think to answer. The Jehovah's Witnesses will think, what is the thing that will make my religion sound the best? Now, Geoffrey Jackson here knows that if he outright says, we believe that we are the equivalents of the apostles in modern times, even though they arguably believe that would sound crazy to people, right? That would sound crazy. But that's his belief, which is why he doesn't answer the question. He says, we certainly hope to follow Jesus and be his disciples. That's not what he asked. What he asked is, do you believe that you are the equivalent of Jesus' apostles? And he's like, yeah, we certainly hope to follow Jesus and be his disciples. That was not the question. That is, again, he becomes more and more blatant with his lies, and this is a lie, because let's just research what lie is according to the dictionary. Lie is, just because I don't want Jehovah's Witnesses to come here and be like, that's not a lie, because that's technically the truth. That's not what lying is. Lying is that's to lie. Lying again. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. How hard is it to find the definition of lie, which is not to lie, but there you go. This one. Cambridge and to speak falsely. Where is it? Wow. I thought that looking up a definition in the dictionary was going to be far easier. I thought Google took care of this. Yeah, I know that it's to be at a horizontal position. Come on. Where is the Okay, there you go. Finally, after like forever. Jesus. Lie. To make an untrue statement with intent to deceive or to create a false or misleading impression. What Geoffrey Jackson is doing is to create a false or misleading impression with intent to deceive. He knows that he believes that he's part of the apostles, but he's not going to say that out loud because he wants to deceive the people who are interviewing, in this case Angus Stewart, into believing that they just want to follow God.
And do you see yourselves as Jehovah God's spokespeople on earth?
That I think would seem to be quite presumptuous to say that we are the only spokesperson that God is using. The scriptures clearly show that someone can act in harmony with God's Spirit in giving comfort and help in the congregations. But if I could just clarify a little, going back to Matthew 24.
And that is how Geoffrey Jackson answers, do you believe that you're the ones leading people? Like, do you believe that you are the governing body, basically. He basically says, oh, we do aspire. And it would seem quite presumptuous, but that's not what he said. Like, he said it would seem quite presumptuous, and yet it is, right? That's not what he said. He just said part of the truth. It would seem quite presumptuous, and yet it is. Thanks so much to the governor for coming on strong with $19.99. Truth to a civilian court is not something that interests Jackson. The presumptuous reply. This lie is the one that woke so many people up. Exactly. And that's why we're watching this, because the Geoffrey Jackson testimony has the potential to wake up people who are already on the fence, people who are ready to see the truth. If people are ready to see the truth, they're not going to see it through JW Broadcasting. And maybe they will still be primed to be like, oh, the news and all of that stuff, that can be bad, that can be affected by Satan, right? But if you just convince them to see Geoffrey Jackson defend his faith in front of the Australian Royal Commission, that can play a huge part on waking them up too. And what are they going to say? We're not allowed to? That's literally Geoffrey Jackson. That's the opposite of an apostate. There's no reason why Jehovah's Witnesses shouldn't watch this.
Clearly, Jesus said that in the last days, and if Jehovah's Witnesses believe these are the last days, there would be a slave, a group of persons who would have responsibility to care for the spiritual food. So in that respect, we view ourselves as trying to fulfill that role.
They view themselves as trying to fulfill that role. As I said before, Jehovah's Witnesses focus on what do the person who I'm talking to want to hear. What is going to sound the best to the person I am talking to? Now, if he was talking to a Jehovah's Witness, he would immediately say, yes, of course, obedience to the governing body is obedience to God. They've said it multiple times. They've said it before. They said it all the time. But since he's talking to somebody who is not inside of the Jehovah's Witness, in fact, somebody who is part of the government, who is not indoctrinated, he knows that he can't say, yes, obedience to us is obedience to God. He has to say, oh, we merely try to fulfill the role of the governing body, but it will be presumptuous. It will almost be presumptuous to say that we are the only people doing this. And in turn, since he is the victim of this mentality of trying to say what the other person wants to hear instead of the truth, he ends up pretty much lying again, and lying in a way that most Jehovah's Witnesses would call him out, because they'll be like, what? Like, I thought obedience to you was obedience to God.
Mr. Jackson, I'd like to refer you to a document. I believe that there's someone there to assist you. It's Exhibit 2928, and it's the branch organization January 2015 manual, and particular at...
This was done in 2015, so Angus Stewart was quoting off, the most recent information that he possibly had. Like, he was quoting off something a few months old at this point.
Chapter 1. If you can just confirm that you have the opening page of Chapter 1 available to you.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
So in paragraph 1, it says that the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses is made up of brothers who are anointed servants of Jehovah God. I take it that is how you see it, and that's in the manner you've explained a few minutes ago.
That's correct.
And then it said that they have the responsibility for giving direction and impetus to the kingdom work, and some scriptures are given. I take it that is how you see it.
That is correct.
And it also then says, like its first century counterpart, the governing body today looks to Jehovah, the universal sovereign, and to Jesus Christ, the head of the congregation, for direction in all matters. Would that be how you see it?
That's correct, yes.
And then
okay. This is kind of funny, right? I mean, the woman here who's also, I don't know what she's doing, honestly, but she's been in her office for so long, and she's been in that chair for so long that the like, this is a government building, so the lights come off automatically if they sense that nobody's in the room, right? So she's been there for so long that she's in the darkness now, and she has to like get up and move a little bit to turn it back on. I mean, this is horrifying. Am I not going to find joy in these little tiny moments?
Paragraph 2, it says in the second sentence.
Well, he is quoting about, I mean, it is a shame that Agus Stewart didn't quote from a publication on what the governing body says about itself, but it is quoting from an internal document that pretty much says, yeah, the governing body is everything and it's our highest authority, which is what he's trying to establish, I think. So, you know, I think he had a lot of ways to go around this, and this isn't necessarily a bad one.
Sentence, the governing body.
Because at the end of the day, he's not trying to prove that he's lying. You know, like this is an Angus Stewart being like, oh no, you're not supposed to be part of the governing body. He's not. He's only trying to establish that he's speaking to the highest authority. That's the main point. Like he's mainly trying to establish the authority and responsibility of the governing body. And obviously he calls out Geoffrey Jackson when he lies, because it's infuriating when he lies, but that's not his purpose. You know, he can't be like, well, you know, that's not what the Bible says, according to, like, he asks who is the faithful. He's not going to say that. He just wants to establish this, and Geoffrey Jackson is making it extremely hard.
I beg your pardon. In the first sentence, the Bible says, with reference to 1 Corinthians 14, verse 40, let all things take place decently and by arrangement, and that the governing body obeys this direction by putting in place various helpful procedures and guidelines that ensure the smooth and orderly operation of the branch offices and congregations. Now, from that, are we to understand that the procedures and guidelines that are published?
No, they would never do it. They would never admit that the ARC is a thing. They would never do it.
In particular, the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania are the procedures and guidelines referred to here.
If I understand your question correctly, Mr. Stewart, if I could just explain, as it highlights here, there is a responsibility of the governing body, and may I remind you that you're quoting from a publication that is not a constitution, is not a legal document, is not a contract. It is an expression of the relationship and responsibilities between the governing body and the branch committee. So in this paragraph, we are highlighting to the branch committees the responsibility that we feel that there is a need, yes, for certain procedures and for certain direction to be given in a spiritual nature.
And from the next sentence, responsible Christian men do their part by setting an example of obedience as they put such arrangements into effect. Are we to understand that the expectation of the governing body is that the branches around the world will act in accordance with those procedures and guidelines?
That is the expectation, but may I put a proviso on this? You see, as the paragraph 2 starts off, the second sentence, the governing body obeys this direction. Mr. Stewart, what you need to understand with regard to our organization is a faith.
Look, Angus Stewart is trying to establish, okay, so everyone follows the governing body, right? And Geoffrey Jackson doesn't want him to, like, it feels like Geoffrey Jackson cannot admit that Angus Stewart is right in anything at all. So even when he's right, Geoffrey Jackson has to explain it in a way that has to give an answer that almost sounds like he was explaining how Angus Stewart was wrong, even when Angus Stewart is like on the money.
Driven organization. This is not an organization of lawyers or those that are overly concerned with legal matters. So our primary allegiance is to Jehovah God. Now, the governing body realizes that if we were to give some direction that is not in harmony with God's word, all of Jehovah's Witnesses worldwide who have the Bible would notice that, and they would see that there's wrong direction. So we have a responsibilities as guardians to make sure that everything is scripturally acceptable. So
this is false. This is a huge lie, and I think the biggest lie that Geoffrey Jackson has said yet. Let's just listen to that again.
Would the governing body, this is not an organization of lawyers or those that are overly concerned with legal matters. So our primary allegiance is to Jehovah God. Now, the governing body realizes that if we were to give some direction that is not in harmony with God's word, all of Jehovah's Witnesses worldwide who have the Bible would notice that, and they would see that there's wrong direction. So,
give me one example. Give me one example of And I wish Angus Stewart was would ask that, but obviously I get that that's not why he was there. But I would have loved to ask. Okay, can you give me like one example? Like, why would, if you say what would change? What change would you do that Jehovah's Witnesses would resist? Like, what a change could you possibly make to your religion that Jehovah's Witnesses would cause to give them pause and be like, oh, whoa. Because if it's about preaching less, that's already done. If it's about not giving as much spiritual food, that's already done. If it's about letting people die instead of letting your son who needs a blood transfusion die, instead of allowing your humanity to move you to help them, that's already, like, there's nothing that they could possibly point to say, oh, if we did this, the Jehovah's Witnesses would stop following us. This is 1000% a lie.
So we have a
Yeah, and exactly. You know what I'm really concerned with legal matters? Dude, you have books filled with laws that Jehovah's Witnesses are supposed to follow. There are so many laws that few Jehovah's Witnesses know all of them. That's how important legal matters are to it. The fact that they are not legal matters because you're not a government doesn't make them any less bureaucratic.
responsibilities as guardians to make sure that everything is scripturally acceptable. So if the direction given is scripturally correct, then we would expect that these members of the branch committee, who themselves also are Christians who accept the Constitution, would follow that direction. But if I can also say, there are provisions for those branch committees to get back to us if they see that there's something that doesn't work, and then we can adjust it accordingly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'll come to
He showed the one moment where a Jehovah's Witness is allowed to tell the governing body, hey, something that you're doing is not working. Apparently, branch members who don't have to be, as far as I know, don't have to be anointed, are allowed to get back to the governing body and tell them, hey, your shit isn't working. They are the only ones, as far as we know, that have that power. And we know that it's not going to be about like the blood prohibition or whatever. It's about to be, it's going to be in situations like Mexico and Malawi, where the one branch is going to be like, hey, our people are dying here. Can they get a card from the government? And the governing body member is going to say no. And then in Mexico, the branch member, the branch leader is going to be like, hey, our people don't want to go to prison for a while. Is it fine if they pay some governing some governing officials under the table, so with a bribe, so they don't have to do that? And they're like, yeah, of course. Like, it just shows you how human the organization is.
to the question of adjustments and so on in a moment. But from what you've said, am I to understand that the governing body seeks to obey Jehovah God?
Absolutely.
And that the branches seek to obey the governing body?
First of all, the branches seek to obey Jehovah. We're all in the same arrangement.
No. They say, this is also a lie, but it's not as much of a lie, because you can say that that's what Geoffrey Jackson believes in. Jehovah wants, and I'd love to make this video later. And again, it's one of the many videos that I'm working on so many videos, you guys. It's just, seriously, like, this job that I don't get paid for, it's just consuming my life. No, this is my passion. Like, I will be doing this even if I got no money, because I'm so passionate about this. But Jehovah, in the Jehovah's Witness religion, Jehovah isn't God. Jehovah is the interpretation of God according to the governing body. So the important thing, when they say the important thing is to follow Jehovah, they mean the important thing is to follow Jehovah the way the governing body interprets Jehovah, which basically means you have to obey Jehovah by obeying the governing body. And lately, they have been saying that more and more overtly. So this is a lie, but also it isn't, because Geoffrey Jackson, you could argue that Geoffrey Jackson does think that Jehovah is God and hasn't made that connection that he is Jehovah. So, it is a little bit of a lie, but not really. Like, maybe it's it's a lie if you know everything. But maybe it's not a lie for Geoffrey Jackson.
But because they recognize a central body of spiritual men who give spiritual direction, then we would assume that they would follow that direction, or if something is not appropriate, that they would identify that.
And in turn, the congregations are expected to obey the branches.
Again,
See? Angus Stewart is like, oh, okay, perfect. So if that happens, if what you're saying happens, and the branches identify that you guys fucked up, then the Jehovah's Witnesses in that case would follow the branches, right? Geoffrey Jackson knows that that's not the case. Geoffrey Jackson knows that that's not sufficient enough reason to not obey the governing body. Nothing is. So, he's about to lie again.
First of all, they have to obey Jehovah God. That is the very first thing that they need to do. But if direction is given based on the Bible, we would expect that they would follow that because of their respect of the Bible.
They respect Jehovah, they respect the Bible, therefore they should follow the governing body, even if their branch identifies that the governing body fucked up. Meaning, nobody can say that the governing body fucked up. Like, nobody. There's no reason to disobey the governing body in this religion, which is why it's not a religion, it's a cult.
And the definitive interpretation of the Bible from time to time is the governing body. Is that right?
Ultimately, as guardians of our doctrine and beliefs, yes, some central group needs to make that decision. But that doesn't mean to say that we, just on our own unilaterally.
You know what? I'm feeling quite nice, and we still have like quite a bit to go. So let's just turn it into a nail painting session as well. I have everything, and my nails. Look at this. My nails are terrible right now. They're just falling apart. So you can do your nails if you feel like it. I want to make a video about why I do my nails, because I swear to God, everyone focuses, like all of the Jehovah's Witnesses or Christians focus on my nails as a way to dismantle my arguments, which it's hilarious. So I want to make a video about this. But yeah, today let's just do our nails. Oh fuck! Damn it! I don't have acetone to remove this shit. I ran out. I'm gonna ask the wifey if she has some acetone, but she's giving a class in the other room.
Make those decisions without research and input from others.
Yes. Could I ask you to look now at paragraph 4 on that page? It says the governing body gives final approval for new publications as well as new audio and video programs. I understand that comes very much under the responsibility of the writing committee. Is that right?
That is correct.
And in paragraph 5, the governing body cares for the appointment and deletion of branch and country committee members and designates the brother who will serve as the coordinator of the committee. I take it that is the manner in which things are done.
That is correct.
Now, returning to the question of publications, where it says there in paragraph 4 that the governing body approves publications, does that include the Awake and Watchtower publications?
Yes, that does. But may I explain? You see, we have a proofreading department that obviously reads everything before it's printed, and they are responsible to.
See, he's trying. Oh, he's doing the same. Angus Stewart is trying to get Geoffrey Jackson to be like, okay, this is your responsibility, right? You do this, right? And Geoffrey Jackson is like, even though it is your responsibility, he can't outright say yes. He can't say Angus Stewart is right. He has like this vendetta against saying that Angus Stewart can be right about anything. So he's like, well, no, technically, there's also proofreaders.
To make sure grammatically everything is correct. We have compositors who compose the magazines. We have a lot of people working on various things. The role of the governing body, and my role as a member of the governing body, is to read each of those publications, looking to see if it does harmonize the scriptures or not. I have no idea with the Awake magazine. It may be talking about some technical issue that involves areas that I know nothing of. But the main thing for me to read it.
What could the Watchtower magazine possibly cover that Geoffrey Jackson wouldn't know about? What topic could the Watchtower magazine cover that Geoffrey Jackson wouldn't know about? Another lie, tiny one, but it's just a lie to refuse to get Angus Stewart to give Angus Stewart what he considers the win, saying yes, that is correct. Geoffrey Jackson considers that would be would be Angus Stewart winning, and therefore Geoffrey Jackson is going to try his best to not win. It is infuriating because Geoffrey Jackson doesn't even know what he's going to be asked next. He doesn't even know why Angus Stewart is trying to determine his role in the governing body. He just knows that he's not going allowed.
Is it translatable, and does it match what the Bible says?
And are those publications, with all that, do those publications, which require approval of the governing body, include the manuals such as Shepherd the Flock of God, Organized to do Jehovah's Work, and this branch organization manual we're looking at?
Oh, imagine the reaction that Geoffrey Jackson must have had when Angus Stewart was, oh yeah, so the publications that you supervise, does that include the secret elders manual? That's why I love Angus Stewart.
Yes, again, but with the proviso that we do not write those manuals. Those that are involved with that aspect of our work write them. They do the research that's necessary. Then the governing body finally reads it to make sure not that the policy can work in every aspect, because obviously we're not familiar with all those various aspects of the issue, but to make sure scripturally nothing is wrong.
But I take it the governing body takes responsibility for those publications.
We do take spiritual responsibility for it, yes. May I just mention, if there's a printing mistake and we say that penguins are found in the middle of Australia, then yes, it's true, we take responsibility, but it's not within the realms of our expertise.
This is again so deceitful, because he's like, I mean, if they were saying that penguins were in Australia, then obviously, I guess we will take responsibility over that. Like if we caught that, I guess he keeps trying to diminishing his authority, his very obvious authority that Angus Stewart knows he has, and that Geoffrey Jackson knows he has, and that every Jehovah's Witness knows he has, just so he doesn't give the win to Angus Stewart.
But we would check to see who it was that had given that wrong information.
And the publications that are referred to in paragraph 4, would that include the letters to elders, or the letters to the bodies of elders around the world?
If it's signed on behalf of the governing body, yes, but there are hundreds of letters that are sent out by service departments that aren't necessarily coming from the governing body.
Well, I should have been clearer, Mr. Jackson. I'm referring to the standard letters to bodies of elders dealing with general matters in a normative way, not particular letters dealing perhaps with a specific issue that's arisen here or there.
Yep, exactly. He's using double speak to the max.
True, Mr. Stewart, but it's very rare for a congregation to receive a letter from the governing body signed by the governing body. What will happen is a template may be approved of the basic principles and so on, but branches are allowed in many cases to make adjustments according to their local circumstances. Not adjustments to scriptural things, they would need to get back to us on that, but adjustments for local circumstances.
Those adjustments themselves, though, are adjustments which require approval of Bethel in New York. Is that not right?
I would beg to differ on that with all respect. Sorry, Mr. Stewart, do you need me to stop?
No, carry on.
Okay.
It's such a fucking power move. I love Angus Stewart. He's like, so this, and then while he's replying, he just goes back because he has the job, like he's doing his job, right? And Geoffrey Jackson resents this because he's not used to people paying that little attention to him. So he's like, do you want me to stop? And Angus Stewart, without even looking up, he's like, no, carry on. Like this is awesome.
Sorry,
Look at it. This is what a power move. Thank you so much, Sam.
Sorry, Mr. Stewart, do you need me to stop?
No, carry on.
He's about to say this.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
See?
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't even like okay, you can hear me okay? Yes, yes, thank you. Just not even looking up, not even giving him like nothing, not even giving him an inch. I love Angus Stewart. He's extremely respectful, yet he comes across as like the I don't like to use the alpha because obviously it's been debunked and whatever, but he comes across as the stronger person overall, as the more the more articulate person, and the one who's just asking like the right questions and who wants to just get to the truth. And he comes across as somebody who's believes he's just above everything, and he just wants respect and wants people to be heard, and doesn't want people to know the actual truth.
So again, we're talking about a wide range of letters. Letters that are signed by the governing body, yes, definitely. But letters, policy letters, may be adjusted locally. Would it help if I gave you an example?
Yes, Mr. Jackson.
So in many countries,
I love it. I love it. Like he finishes his answer, but Angus Stewart is not done with whatever the fuck he's doing. Like he's just doing some papers. So he's not going to be done when he's going to be done. When Geoffrey Jackson's going to be done. Angus is going to be done when he's going to be done, right? So he's like he's clearly uncomfortable with the silence and can't bear the silence. So he's like, "Oh, do you want me to give an example?" And Angus is just like, "Sure, whatever." I love Angus Stewart.
In their preaching work, if they meet someone who's interested in hearing the message,
yes, change the phrase "big dick energy" to Angus Stewart energy. He's showing just big dick energy. That's the term that I like far more. Big dick energy more than like alpha. Because I feel like big dick energy doesn't have anything to do about your dick. Women can have big dick energy. You can have the smallest dick and you can still have big dick energy. It has nothing to do about your dick. It does don't make it about body shaming. Big dick energy is just a vibe. It's just knowing that nobody can fuck with you, and you know exactly what you want out of the situation, and you will always behave accordingly. And he's just showing just some big dick energy, definitely. But again, people with the smallest dick or no dick at all can have big dick energy. It's about the vibe. It's not about the body shaming.
they may note down their particulars and then return and visit them later. But in some countries, that is not a legal thing that you're allowed to do. It's viewed as an invasion of privacy. So if a letter were to go out that discussed some of those aspects, we would expect the local branch would make the necessary adjustments so that it was appropriate for those countries.
Perhaps I can show you an example, Mr. Jackson, if you can be shown from the tender bundle, tab 94.
I have it here in front of me.
Have you had the opportunity, Mr. Jackson, to view this correspondence previously?
No, I haven't. It's from, I believe, 1998, is it? Well before my time on the governing body.
I'm referring to the last week, Mr. Jackson. Have you had the opportunity to look at this correspondence?
I've been caring for my father. I wish I could have had time to prepare properly, but I haven't been able to. And I assume the Commission was wanting to know what I could contribute personally from my...
Nobody from the Jehovah's Witnesses interviewed by the Australian Royal Commission would admit to have read or prepared in advance. This was extremely disrespectful, because the least you can do is just read up on the case that you're going to be testifying about. Not the case, but the hearing that they're going to be testifying on. And they all showed this disrespect, because Geoffrey Jackson could have easily prepared. Like, he has thousands of people under his thumb. He could have easily gotten some Jehovah's Witnesses to just read the shit that he was supposed to read and then give him the pointers. He could have easily prepared. It would have just been a matter of a couple of sentences to the right person. That's how easy he could have prepared, and he refused to do it.
My experience. So, no, I haven't had a chance to read all these.
Yes, well, I'll take you through it, Mr. Jackson.
And I think he refused to do it because they consider it to be apostate teachings. So they don't want to read any apostate stuff because it's a negative thing against the religion. So they're not going to prepare.
Excellent. You'll see this. This is a letter in April 1998 from the Australia branch to the Governing Body Service Committee. I understand, of course, you're not on the Service Committee, but you'll see that Australia branch says we are replying now to your letter, and it's referenced concerning the possibility of putting something in writing on the subject of confidentiality and the law in relation to child abuse matters. We appreciate the opinion of the writing and service committees, and we thank you for the opportunity to comment further. We're sorry to be so long in replying, and so on. And then in the next paragraph, up till now, the brothers generally expect that the elders will keep all matters confidential. Since this has been stressed a number of times, in Australia, it has happened that some elders have been prepared to accept punishment for contempt of court rather than disclose confidential information. However, we are now saying that elders should comply with the law where mandatory reporting is required if there is no exemption available to them. And then in the next paragraph, it has been suggested that the following be printed in the question box in our Kingdom ministry. It would be necessary to schedule it as part of the service meeting program unless we simply ask the presiding overseer or another elder simply to read the question and answer in the announcement part of the meeting. And then what is proposed is set out. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And then you'll see there's a reply to that letter at tab 96.
96.
On the 24th of July, 1998.
Okay.
From,
I see that.
you'll see at the foot of the page, it's from the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania for the Service Committee. And it references the letter of 28 April 1998, referring to the suggestion for a possible question and box in the edition of our Kingdom ministry. And then it says, after carefully considering the matter, it has been concluded that if the branch committee in Australia continues to recommend publishing the suggested material, then it would be appropriate for the branch to feature the suggested question and answer as outlined in your letter. It will not be necessary to schedule the information to be considered on a service meeting program.
Yeah, obviously, this is what Geoffrey Jackson is trying to do. He knows that there are CSA issues in the organization. He knows that they're pretty much cornered, even though this is just a hearing. Like nobody's going to prison or anything. He's cornered because he knows that if they find the truth, they will find out that something wrong. So they just play stupid. And Jackson is like, oh, I'm just in the governing body, but I just worry about translation and stuff. I barely know. So many things are above my pay grade.
This particular instance, obviously, the brothers in Australia wrote to the service committee. But if I could just mention, the importance of this to us is that the governing body gives direction with regard to the church services or the congregation meetings of Jehovah's Witnesses. And this, I assume, and this is the first time I've seen the document, is asking if they can include this in the actual program at the Kingdom Halls. And I assume from what's said here, the governing body has, or the service committee of the governing body has given direction on that. But if I could highlight, the reason for that is it involves our spiritual programs.
Now, in making decisions on the publications, I understand. What you're saying
this has
is
nothing to
that
do
you
with spiritual programs or whatever. This was just saying, hey, I know we've told you to like not comply with the law, but just comply with the law now.
That is the role of the governing body.
And am I right in understanding that the governing body's interpretation of the scriptures on any particular point might change or develop from time to time?
That is correct as well.
So I think some examples might be, for example, firstly, the question of blood fractions and whether that is or isn't covered by the prohibition for the receipt of blood transfusions.
That is correct as well. But if I could just mention, when blood transfusions were first introduced, there wasn't a lot of options with regard to blood fractions.
Yes, but my point is, or what I'm seeking to understand is there was an interpretation at one point which said that members of the Jehovah's Witnesses should not receive blood fractions, but in more recent times it's been accepted, as I understand it, that there's no specific scriptural direction on that, so on blood fractions, that is, so that's a matter for the individual conscience of Jehovah's Witnesses.
That's right. And Mr. Stewart, if I may mention, this is an example of the desire of the governing body not to go beyond the scriptures. Clearly, we have the direction in Acts chapter 15, 28 and 29 against blood. But if I could also mention, you see, as with anything in the community, more and more knowledge becomes available medically. It can be very overwhelming trying to see all the latest medical research and so on. But the governing body tries to make sure that they don't go beyond what is written. If we see that a direction from the scriptures has perhaps been used too broadly, then we're the first ones to try to correct that.
And I take it too that the state of
That is insane. Imagine saying that the governing body, arguably the most pharisaical institution on the planet, it's like this. It's just it doesn't go beyond scripture. It's just insane.
knowledge about the scriptures, and in particular historical knowledge about scriptures, also improves or increases from time to time.
That is correct. But there are some basic things in the Bible that have not changed right from the beginnings of the Jehovah's Witness religion. And I won't take your time, obviously, going through those, but it is important to realize what are basic things in the Bible. For example, is the Bible from God? That there is no possibility of us changing our viewpoint on that.
Because he can't give him the win.
Mr.
He
Jackson.
just can't give him the win. He, you know, it's just.
And you probably know that we discussed with some of your members earlier in this hearing the relationship of the Bible being written at a time of particular political and social structure and its literal relevance in today's social and political context. Are you familiar with those discussions?
I am. I did hear your question.
How often do these lights go off? Like, are they in like a 15-minute timer? What the hell?
Your Honour, and I at the time was quite frustrated that I didn't have an opportunity to answer. So I fear this opportunity
I'm
is
going to
now
give you.
coming.
I'm going to give you an opportunity. Now, it is plain that over time, in relation to matters of relevance to this commission, our understanding, both medical, social, and of the political issues that arise, has changed, and you're aware of that?
I am aware of that, Your Honour.
Now, one of the characteristics that we have identified, and I've spoken about it, and I'm sure you know this, that is manifest in the area of.
By the way, in case you hadn't noticed, this is thing Angus Stewart. This is the judge speaking now. So Angus Stewart is not speaking. It's tiny, and then in my screen, it looks even tinier. So you know, in case you were like, oh, who the fuck is that? That's the judge.
Of sexual abuse of children within institutions is the child's incapacity to tell an adult about what's been happening to them. You're familiar with that problem?
That is correct. I am familiar with that problem, yes.
I've described it by reference to the admonition that was certainly prevalent when I was a child, that children are to be seen but not heard. You understand?
Mm-hmm. I do understand.
You're familiar with that concept?
Yes, yes.
Is it relevant to Jehovah's Witnesses?
Your Honour, in our publications, obviously I can't give you examples now, but we'd be very happy to do that. One of the key things we try to help parents to do is to encourage their children to communicate with them. As a missionary in the South Pacific, the cultures in the South Pacific definitely follow what Your Honour just said. If children are being disciplined or counselled, they're not supposed to speak at all. And over again, we encourage parents, no, children need to express themselves. They need to feel the love so that they can do that.
What? What? I would absolutely love to see the Watchtower magazine where they're like, hey, you know, instead of disciplining your children, you should talk to them. The only reason why they should talk to them is because when you're disciplining your children, you're also supposed to be re-indoctrinating them. So that's why you're supposed to talk to them, and that's why you're supposed to communicate them. But you don't have to. You like the kids can't be like, "Hey, this is unfair." Jehovah's Witnesses, at least I got that all the time. Like Jehovah's Witnesses would say, "Hey, God put me in this position. I am the dad. I am the mom. This is the Bible scripture that shows that I have authority over you. So you are not to question it." So I would absolutely like. I think Geoffrey Jackson is lying again, in bluffing and saying, "Oh, we've always said this," when in fact the only communication that you're supposed to have, especially while disciplining your children, is to make sure that your children are remain indoctrinated when you're disciplining them.
You've got the Bible there. If you go to 1 Timothy chapter 3,
yes,
verse 4, there's a discussion of a man presiding over his household, having his children in subjection. Now, what does that mean?
That's a very good question, Your Honour. Biblically speaking,
Exactly. If I was editing a video right now, I would show right now all of the times that I've been disciplined. Because remember, I am Caleb, a grown-up Caleb. That will always be the Lord, and just show the how the kids are supposed to react. They don't say anything. They're just supposed to be like, "Yep, no, I understand. I understand why Jehovah does not like this." Like, and that's the only thing that they can communicate. Yes, I understand why I was wrong. It's not just about discipline, is about indoctrination. They have to communicate you that they are sufficiently indoctrinated, and that is the only communication that Geoffrey Jackson can point to.
the word subjection infers respect and a willingness to comply with direction. It does not.
Your Bible then provides a reference back to Ephesians chapter 6, verse 4.
That is correct.
Which imposes the obligation on fathers to bring their children up in the discipline and admonition of
Yeah,
Jehovah.
according to I've heard from third sources, so not the right sources, but I've heard from their sources that both Angus Stewart and the judge were like, these were terrible. I hated talking to them. Like, it was the worst talking to them, because they could see how he didn't want to help. He wanted to do the opposite. So yeah, no, you can see how they both get sick of his shit, and you can't blame them. Like, even here you can see it.
The quote is, "Whoever holds back his rod hates his
Yeah.
son."
I got that. Your Bible.
So, Your Honor, you'll notice there's an asterisk there on the term rod, and you see the footnote.
Ooh, this is interesting. He's about to ask him
so
about physical discipline. No, Jehovah's Witnesses have used the physical discipline. Jehovah's Witnesses encouraged physical discipline a lot. In fact, they encourage the physical discipline so much that's why I got physically disciplined, usually about a couple of times a week, sometimes in my worst week, every day. In that it would be a physical discipline. I would have to put my pants down, bend over, and then I would get a belt, a leather belt, thrusted against my butt like a fucking Indiana Jones whip, and I would get whipped like that. I would get whipped a few times, like 2 or 3 times every session, and I had at the very least a couple of sessions per week, all throughout my childhood. So because they are encouraged physical discipline. However, Geoffrey Jackson knows that there has been consequences in Australia for encouraging physical discipline, in that they to the organizations of the religions that do this. So Geoffrey Jackson is obviously not going to admit that they encourage physical discipline, and that physical discipline has pretty much until very recently been a part of the Jehovah's Witness religion all throughout.
Of this, the term rod is used.
Exactly. Like, you don't even have to believe me. If you have ever been to a meeting, if you've been to enough meetings, you will inevitably see a kid who is being a kid, not being able to be quiet and sitting down for 2 hours looking in front of them, and just being a little bit too distracted, and just being dragged all the way to the back while crying and screaming, and then getting physically disciplined. You will inevitably see that if you go to enough meetings with children.
A symbol or a metaphor to indicate the authority to give some punishment. For example, in a modern day setting.
I'm very, very sorry about that, Rosetta. I also was bashed against the wall when and just held again on the floor with the knee of my father on my spine, and I still have some lumbar issues from that. So yeah, that's what happens when you tell your parents that it's okay to be violent with children. That's just what happens. My father was just became a violent person, and he was physically violent against me, and yeah, so the fact that he's refusing this, to me, it's almost as infuriating as refusing the CSA cases, because if I go to me selfishly, just me by myself, I didn't suffer the CSA. I suffered physical abuse by my parents. That's what I suffered. So the fact that he's lying and saying that he has never, we're about to see this, but the fact that he was lying when there are so many of us that suffer physical abuse when we were growing up is just almost as infuriating. I mean, it's at the end of the day, he's hiding how children get abused. They get physically abused, and sexually as well. At the end of the day, it's child abuse. That's what it is. And Geoffrey Jackson is hiding. We were pretty much all of us, or a lot of us, we were victims of abuse, even if it wasn't sexual. It was physical, but it was still abuse. And that's why Geoffrey Jackson will not say what's right about this. He's not gonna admit that his organization has condoned abuse for all its existence.
My father could say to me, I don't go to the movies because
Exactly.
I had broken some of the rules of the home.
So it's not about inflicting corporal punishment then?
It absolutely is not about inflicting corporal punishment.
It would have
Just
been
put
when
it over
first
here.
written, wouldn't it?
How people applied it back then at that time, of course, is open to question.
Well,
Yeah,
what you're
I'm just
telling
going to
me is
leave this comment here as Geoffrey Jackson continues to lie, because that is exactly what Jehovah's Witnesses were told. Don't spare the rod. We are only following what we are instructed. It hurts more than it hurts you. Yeah, that is exactly Jehovah's Witness speak. And if you were a child of Jehovah's Witness parents, you would have heard this. You would have heard, and if you were like me, you would have heard this several times a week. So yeah, he's lying. Let's just remind ourselves of the truth while he's lying.
Standard is that your religion, your church, is prepared to interpret the Bible having regard to contemporary social attitudes and standards. Is that right?
Obviously, Your Honour, we need to take that into consideration. But the primary responsibility we have is to think, what does Jehovah God mean by this? And we look at other scriptures. One of the problems that many folk have when they read the Bible is they take one verse and they assume it means something out of context or not in reference to other scriptures. So for our understanding, Jehovah has said that children should be raised in a loving environment. Jesus was raised in such an environment.
Well, I've taken you to the way your own church constructs the biblical references, which, as we've noticed, takes us back to Proverbs, correct?
That is correct.
But what you've given us is the understanding which your church now has about how that's to apply in contemporary society. Is that right?
That's a good question. Obviously, I can only speak about.
Look at he starts fiddling with his thumb because he knows that he's getting cornered.
What we understand this to mean now, but I would argue the case that even back in ancient times, God did not have in mind for children to be beaten up in a bad way.
This is the biggest reversal that I've seen Geoffrey Jackson do, because obviously it's one thing to hide TSA cases, right? Obviously it's one thing to hide that, but to not only say that, oh no, we don't beat children now, but also they didn't beat children in the Bible, despite what the Bible says. That is just an outright lie.
Does your church accept corporal punishment of children?
Our church accepts the family arrangement and expects that parents have the responsibility to discipline and raise their children.
Lie. He was asked a question, a yes or no question, and he answered a completely different answer pulled out of his butt. This is how Jehovah's Witnesses lie, because this is with the intent of deceiving, with the intent of avoiding the question. This is why they were all tired of his shit. This is why Angus Stewart was tired of his shit. This is why the judge was tired of his shit, and the judge is going to let him know because he's going to keep trying to avoid the question.
That doesn't answer my question. Do you accept corporal punishment?
In our literature, I think you'll see time and time again, we've endeavored to explain that here, discipline is referring to more a mental point of view.
Exactly.
I regret to tell you, you're still not answering my question. Do you accept corporal punishment?
No.
You don't?
Not personally, no. And not as an organization. We don't encourage it.
He's still lying. We don't encourage it. He still accepts it. This is so infuriating. When I saw that, I was like, "Wow, this is the worst." Let's just see him lie, because you've never, like, I feel he's such a bad liar when he's just like, no, like, just look at that. I would focus, if I was making a video, I would focus on his hand and everything, because the tells of the lie is just so easy. Like, I feel like I could beat him in poker any day.
Not
Corporal punishment. I
Not
regret
corporal
to tell
punishment.
you, you're still not answering my
Oh, sorry.
question. Do you accept
Okay.
corporal punishment?
No,
You don't.
not personally, no, and not as an organisation. We don't encourage it.
But do you prohibit it?
Literature has pointed out that the true way to discipline children is by educating them, not giving corporal punishment.
That is a lie. And again, he's still not answering the question. The judge is already tired and of all of Geoffrey Jackson's bullshit. You can tell. It's so infuriating.
Your Honour, I can only tell you the spirit behind our writings.
Now, I'm sure you know that one of the problems for survivors revealed by their evidence in this very hearing is their concern about having to approach men within the church to tell their story and then have that story assessed and judged by men alone. Do you understand?
I do understand that, Your Honour.
Now, in the society in which you live and which I live, we have seen significant change, although perhaps not yet complete, in the role which women play in the decision-making and government of our society, haven't we?
We certainly have.
Yeah. And that's a reflection of a contemporary understanding of the role and contribution which everyone in our society can make to the common good, isn't it?
Yes.
And I'm sure you know of the concerns expressed by the women who have given evidence in this hearing about the confrontation and difficulty in that confrontation which they found in approaching a male dominant structure. You understand that?
I do understand that, Your Honour.
Is there room for the church to change that?
That's a very good question. I'm glad you asked it. Is there a chance to make elders women, or make women elders?
The judge is saying, hey, listen, do you understand that it can be hard for a young woman who has been abused to talk about that abuse in front of like grown-up men who are men and the age that look a lot like their abuser? Like, you understand how that it would be hard to do, and therefore, do you understand the need to change that? And that is basically what he's saying. But let's see how Geoffrey Jackson lies and obfuscates truth.
No, there is no leeway there. But, Your Honour,
why is that? Can you tell me why that is?
Sure. Yes.
I love this. I love this. He's about to be like, no, listen, the women can't be elders. So no, that's impossible. And he's asking for the. I love it
because of a literal application of the Bible.
Your Honour, it goes back to the theme of the scriptures, right from the creation of Adam, right through Israelite times to the Christian era. But in all fairness, may I just say something with regard to that?
Oh, certainly.
You see, the role of women in the Jehovah's Witness religion is a very dignified role. We don't make women, well, we certainly do not want women to feel like second-rate citizens. In God's view, men and women are equal. But
this is just so much lie. I mean, this is one of the most misogynist Christian religions out there. Like, this is a huge lie. I feel like I don't even have to debunk this.
Even people who fly airplanes realize you can't fly an airplane by committee. There has to be a pilot and a co-pilot. And that's the Bible arrangement, not because of any lack of intelligence or lack of ability on the part of women. It is an arrangement that has stood the test of time. Now, within that arrangement, the Bible clearly states that a man does not have absolute authority over a woman, and a woman is a co-worker, a complement, the Bible refers to as that. So
It really is.
I think in the context of understanding how women are treated, among Jehovah's Witnesses, I think if you investigated further, you would see there are very many happy women in the marital arrangement.
It used to be the case that all of our women,
Yeah, all of the women are happy because we don't allow them to say that they're not happy.
all of our pilots were women, wasn't it? We changed that.
All of our pilots were, did we?
We're men.
All men? Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, we're men, yes.
Yeah, we're men, and we've changed that now, and we have women who are pilots. Why
That's right.
couldn't
And that's because nothing-
why couldn't the church accept that women can contribute to the decision-making processes, particularly in relation to allegations of sexual abuse brought forward by women?
The answer, Your Honour, is that we expect women to be involved in that. But in the actual role as elders within the Christian congregation, there is a very firm standard set there. There is no leeway whatsoever for that in the belief of Jehovah's Witnesses. But if I could mention, some of the reports that you've considered are from 25 years ago. And if I understand correctly from what little I heard of the Commission in the last few days, Mr. Spinks very accurately described that there has been more an awareness of Jehovah's Witnesses to make sure that any victim who has been a victim of a horrible crime does not be required to actually go before three men. We've made changes, Your Honour, because those changes in the actual technicalities of the policies don't change. They're not affected by the actual Bible principles, except the very important principle of showing love, empathy, and concern, and trying to avoid any form of trauma. And that's our desire. If it wasn't perfect before, which it wasn't, we've tried to change that, and we will.
This is crazy because, like, look at what he just admitted. He just admitted that there's policies and all of that stuff that they have in place that isn't even based on the Bible, which is why they changed it all the time. So why do they even have these policies? Why do they even feel the need to rule over this? And yeah, obviously, thank you the government for $9.99. Look how surprised Jackson is when he's told about female airlines pilots. I feel like Geoffrey Jackson is one of those people that if they got to like an airplane and there was like, hey, hi, thank you so much for flying. Like they heard, thank you so much for flying. My name is Jessica. I'm gonna be your pilot. If they heard that, they'll be like, I'm leaving. This this plane's gonna go down because I mean, there's a woman. She's gonna be too distracted by makeup. You know, it's just, I feel like even if you brought that up, Geoffrey Jackson would be like, well, they wouldn't be piloting my religion. Let me tell you.
Make further changes when we consider the recommendations of the Commission.
Well, we'll come back to your processes later on. I'll leave you now with Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Just on the last point, Mr. Jackson, with regard to a survivor of sexual abuse having to make the allegation directly to the accuser, do you agree that in those circumstances, should a survivor have to make the allegation in the presence of the accused?
I agree that it would be better for them not to do that unless the victim wants to do that.
Yes, well, that's why I phrased my question in the way that I did. And so I'll repeat it, that do you agree that in those circumstances, the survivor should have to make the allegation in the presence of the accused?
Sorry, I don't understand your question. Could you rephrase it?
Do you agree that there are no circumstances in which the survivor of a sexual assault should have to make her allegation in the presence of the person whom she accuses of having assaulted her?
I agree that that is the case.
And as I understand you're saying on your understanding that that's not required by your rules. In other words, your rules do not require the survivor of a sexual assault to have to make her allegation in the presence of the person whom she accuses as having assaulted her.
This is important because this is what happened to, I believe, BCB. She endured abuse, and then she had to, and which is the BCB is the person who BCB and BCG were both the people, the women who were abused in Australia that kind of like brought this whole thing to light. And she was abused, and then she had to testify in front of her abuser while and elders, while her abuser were like, no, that didn't happen. And then nothing happened because, it was basically her word against his word. So that's why he's asking it.
If I understand.
And yeah, I know, Rosetta, this is we've all been abused. We've all been fucked up by this organization. This is why I do what I do. Like, because I feel like, maybe I can help a little bit in somebody waking up and not being abused or even perpetrating this abuse further. So yeah, waking up from a cult is horrible, and cult indoctrination is abuse inherently. Which is why I'm researching this, because I'm working on that thesis that cult indoctrination is abuse. So yeah, don't feel alone. We've all been there. Nobody leaves a cult unscathed. Just some of us are less fucked up than some other, and some other are just more fucked up than some other. But I feel like if you were abused by a cult, you were abused by a cult. It's not about how much you were abused by it. It's about what do you do after. And I think the only thing we can do after is just make sure that at least the abuse stops with us, which not perpetrating it and understanding why that happened and why it's not okay. I feel that's a good way of surviving.
Understand your question correctly. From what I've heard from Mr. Speaker's testimony, that is not something that we require now. I'm prefacing this in the fact that it's not my field that I work with every day. Mr. Speaks and those who work in the service department work with these matters, but that is my understanding.
Yes. And so do you accept then that should be made clear in your documents, manuals, and instructions? In other words, that it should be made clear that a survivor of a sexual assault should not have to make her allegation in the presence of the person whom she accuses as having assaulted her.
Absolutely.
Oh, the absolutely over there. Because he knows that that's not the case. Oh my God.
Now, Mr. Jackson, can a branch committee publish its own manuals and guidelines in respect of judicial committee procedures for responding to allegations of child sexual abuse?
I would think it would be unusual for that to happen, seeing it's not my field per se. I couldn't give an inclusive answer with regard to that, but as far as the general principle goes, I would expect that they would get back to the service committee on it.
Well, what we see in the documents that we have that govern this issue currently is that they are documents which originate under the auspices of or with the approval of the governing body. So I'm referring to sorry, Mr. Jackson.
Sorry, my apologies.
So I'm referring to Organize to Do Jehovah's Will, Shepherd the Flock of God, and the guidelines that are published to the branch committees.
Thank you. It's a rather long question, but if I've understood it correctly, we would expect the general framework of what we do to be published as approved by the governing body. But you see, when we say published, letters are published by the local branches that indicate any variance that may need to take place with regard to those policies. That's why I was just hesitant to say that it's all inclusive.
Well, if the Australia branch, for example, was to decide that the investigative step which precedes the appointment of a judicial committee need not be done by two elders, but can in Australia be done by a woman acting on their behalf, would that be something that would be open to the Australia committee to follow or to adopt?
Mr. Stewart, I certainly would hope that the Australia branch committee would get back to the service committee with the reasons why that's needed. And then
basically the only thing that they're asking him is, hey, if we find a way that you can help children, is there a possibility that you can change that so you can help children? Again, like, this isn't, he's not going to go to prison after this. This isn't a criminal hearing or anything. They're just like, listen, it looks like children are not happy in your organization. Children are being abused in many ways. If we found ways to help that, to remove that, to improve that, would you be open to it? And Geoffrey Jackson is just, he's going to be like, oh yes, of course, we're always open to suggestions. You can just leave it in the suggestion box, and we check that once every couple of decades.
Eventually, I would hope that would get to the governing body so that we could approve whatever changes are needed worldwide.
And also, we know that this is a lie. We know that this is a lie because of time. Remember, this was in 2015. That was 8 years. Jesus fucking Christ, that was 8 years ago. Oh my God, where has time gone? Anyway, this was 8 years ago, right? And so they did get back with a lot of suggestions for the Jehovah's Witnesses to change things, including like women being involved in the process of CSA allegations and all of that stuff. And after 8 years, they've done nothing. They've changed nothing. So that is incorrect. Geoffrey, we know that Geoffrey Jackson lied over here because time has passed and time has proved him a liar.
But it may be that the branch committee in Australia has a different view on these matters than the branch committee in some other country. We'll take one close to home, New Zealand, for example. Well, then let me.
Yeah, honestly, this is why I'm doing a lecture, because I feel like not enough people will ever watch this thing. So obviously any light on this is a good light. And also because I needed to watch this. As I said in the beginning of the stream, I'm watching this as part of this huge research that I'm doing for several videos that I'm working on that I feel like are more cerebral than your average commentary. So, and I didn't want to do it by myself, if I'm honest. I'm like, maybe if I just have a chat with me, people will enjoy it, and people would talk about it with me, and then we could just, connect instead of being all frustrated at all of this bullshit.
Do one further afield anywhere, if you like, the Philippines may take a different view. Is there space for the branch committees to have different investigative procedures in different parts of the world?
To answer your question, the answer is yes, that is possible. But if the reason for doing so is to avoid trauma, then that's something the governing body is interested in. We want to see how we can encourage all the countries to avoid that. But if it's a matter of technicality that they need to do it a certain way, then yes, we would expect they would at least notify us, and there could be differences.
Mr. Jackson, is there any biblical impediment to a woman being appointed to investigate an allegation?
There is no biblical impediment to a woman being involved with the investigation. In fact, I think, sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honour.
No, you continue.
And I think that's one of the benefits of the Royal Commission, as what has been brought to light, is that certainly it is good for a woman to be involved, particularly some of these sensitive areas. But if I could just mention, many of our publications are very broad in aspect. We're not just talking about this one aspect of child abuse, which is a horrific crime, but it can also, the same principles are used for other sins.
Come on! Oh my God! I should have taken a shot every time that this lady that the lights of her office just go down. It's just hilarious. Like, it distracts me from like the horrifying lies that Geoffrey Jackson's saying that, oh no, yeah, I mean, we recognize that women can play a part in it, and then women never play a part in judicial committees or in CSA investigations or in anything. So yeah, it's a little bit, it's a little distraction. I wish I took a shot every time. Thank you so much. We have 100 people watching. This is awesome.
There's drunkenness and other things the Bible mentions. But in this sensitive area, yes, I think the Commission has clearly shown that it would be good for women to be involved.
Is there any biblical impediment to a judicial determination, being made by a body which includes women? Although,
thank you so much. Thank you so much for calling them documentary style videos. Because they're not. I'm not that good. I'm trying. I'm also every time that I edit, I try to like watch at least a couple of tutorials on how to like become better, because I feel like I need to be better. But thank you so much. It really helps me to move forward, because they take forever to be done, and they make like, I don't know, like $30. So thank you so much. I do it because I want people to be informed, so it helps that people like it too.
The elders thereafter may respond in terms of as the decision maker in relation to what happens to someone after a decision has been made as to the truth or not of an allegation.
That's a good question. Could I just mention first, Your Honour, something? Please bear with me on this. The judicial system,
and this thing is amazing, because what the judge is asking is, okay, fine, I get it, it's your religion, but could maybe women be involved in certifying that what the child is saying is true, and then you believe the woman, and then the elders do whatever they got to do, but then the elders don't question directly the victim. The victim is questioned by a woman, which is giving them a lot of leeway, because if it was me, I would be like, don't even touch the victims, let the police handle it. Don't touch the victims. Don't re-traumatize them by asking them a lot of questions. Don't do that. That is abuse. I would already be calling that abusive, right? That is how much leeway the judge is willing to give Geoffrey Jackson. He's willing to give far more leeway than I believe should be allowed. I believe he's giving him enough leeway to even violate the human rights of the children. And Geoffrey Jackson is still going to say no. That's how stuck up Jehovah's Witnesses are in their beliefs. That's why I believe that there's no reformation for Jehovah's Witnesses, only demolition. Like, we can't reform Jehovah's Witnesses into something that is not a cult, because even when you give them leeway that you shouldn't give them, they will still say no. They are far more damaging than what should be allowed, and really what should be supported by your taxes. Because remember, most countries around the world support Jehovah's Witnesses as a non-profit organization or as a charity organization. So, just something to think about.
The Jehovah's Witnesses use is not in competition with the criminal justice system. We respect that, and we feel that that's something that the community needs to make use of. But also, if I can just highlight, any victim is not viewed as someone that needs to stand before a judicial committee. They did not do anything wrong. They're the ones that have been victimized. They need the help. Now, to answer your question directly, women can be involved in this very sensitive area, but biblically speaking, the role of judges in the congregation, it lays with men. That's what the Bible says, and that's what we endeavor to follow.
Can you give me the reference for that?
See? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The judge is like, re-traumatize children if you want. Just let a woman do it. Let a woman re-traumatize your children if you really have to do it. And Geoffrey Jackson says, no, it has always have to be men. Therefore, this shit will never change.
Yes.
That is judges being only men. Not elders, but judges being only men.
Okay, I would have to check it. I think Deuteronomy is one of them. But with regard to 1 Timothy chapter 3, 1 Timothy chapter 3, and I'm sure you're only very familiar with this. In verse 1, the statement is trustworthy. If a man is reaching out to be an overseer, he is desirous of a fine work. The overseer should therefore be irreprehensible, a husband of one wife, moderate in habits, sound in mind, orderly, hospitable, qualified to teach, not a drunkard, not violent, not
exactly. This is insane. This is how much the judge is willing to give to Geoffrey Jackson. He's like, oh, so it's based on the Bible. Can you please give me the Bible quote? Because I want to read that just to make sure, to see what the Bible says that you're following. That's why this is so useful to wake up Jehovah's Witnesses, because you never expect the judge to be this nice. They're giving them so much leeway, so much that I feel Jehovah's Witnesses will be able to recognize it. And yet Geoffrey Jackson is like, no, fuck you. We're not going to change anything. That is not going to be what we're going to do. So yeah. Oh, I can put it over. I'm a fucking idiot. I forgot that you can just change the position of the.
A man presiding over his own household.
Oh no, you
in a
can't.
fine manner, having his children in subjection with all seriousness.
A little bit.
In biblical times, the same expression that is used for elder is also used for older man. And when we're translating, of course, that is my field. Sometimes it is hard to decide whether it means elder as in a position or older.
This is the only time that Geoffrey Jackson will admit that something is indeed in his field.
The man. But definitely when it speaks of
misogyny. That's his field, misogyny.
The judges at the gates in Israel, we're talking about older men. But I apologize, Your Honor, seeing that you asked this question, I cannot give you the exact scriptural reference, but we'll be happy to do that.
We would appreciate it, because one possible,
if you could,
modification
if you could,
to meet this issue of the lack of women as judges of allegations brought forward by women against men may be a modification of your process to include women in the judicial determination step. You understand?
Yeah, we've heard of Phoebe being a deacon. We have also heard of a female judge. I always blank when I try to remember her. But yeah, there has been. In fact, the Blue Envelope channel has a really good example on how the Bible, the Jehovah's Witnesses have changes the name of a woman to make it more of a man. But yeah, this basis that women cannot be elders or deacons or judges in the organization or in a religious biblical organization, that's not biblical. That is not biblical. Women can be judges, women can be deacons, women can be elders, and there are examples in the Bible to show all three, that women can be all three. So yeah, that's why the judge, I believe, is asking for the evidence, because he's like, where the fuck does that say that? Because I know that that's not the case. Like, you're not the only religion out there, my dude, and most religions out there, they're fine with women.
I do understand, Your Honour, and we will make sure you get those references.
And can you understand how a woman, a young woman, any woman might feel when allegations which she makes of having been sexually assaulted by a male are determined exclusively by men?
In the context of a police station, I can understand that, Your Honour, but please, may I also mention the role of these elders. They are friends of those in the congregation. Their role is to shepherd, help, care for. And so although perhaps a young person may feel that way, and we would do everything we can within the Bible parameters to make sure that that is eased so that a person isn't put in that very difficult situation.
This is something that Geoffrey Jackson has underlying as part of his indoctrination, which is why I believe most or all governing body members are indoctrinated. Geoffrey Jackson believes that there is no way that an elder interrogating a child about their abuse could be any way, shape, or form like more traumatizing for a child than if a child went to the police, because the police is worldly and they're ugly. You know, the elders are friends of the congregation, therefore they are inherently better at dealing with these kind of cases and in dealing with these victims, because they believe that the police would only re-victimize them, but they who have absolutely zero clue on what they're doing will do a better job than the police. Remember, the police, when the police talks about interrogates like children, they have to interrogate them in such a specific way. Usually they just interrogate them like just one time so they don't re-traumatize them, and they have to know how to ask the questions, know how to connect to the children, know how to give them the support that they need. And it's a science that people study. Like, you can't just not any policeman can just interrogate a kid. It has to be a licensed person, especially in places like the United States. It has to be a licensed person, somebody who knows about psychology and about the psychology of children, so they don't really traumatize them as much in the pursuit of justice. And Geoffrey Jackson believes that the best people to handle that are elders who, remember, they will not pursue justice. They will at best disfellowship the person, but the person will never face justice under a Jehovah's Witness religion. And yet Geoffrey Jackson is like, no, I'd rather have children re-traumatized by elders than by policemen.
But still, ultimately, the decision, maybe without that person, would be made, and the decision.
Junior, that's a video on the Blue Envelope channel. Please watch the Blue Envelope channel. I fucking love Phil. He's like a scholar between. I feel him. He's a scholar between among ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, because he just knows so much, and he has so many good takes.
Concerning the criminality, that is the criminal system. The decision is concerning the spiritual cleanliness of our congregation and the rehabilitation of those that commit sins.
That's to concentrate on the abuser. But what I'm talking about is the position of the person who's been abused. Do you understand?
I do understand that.
So all that you've just said is talking about it from only one perspective, you see?
Mm-hmm. So from the other perspective, with a victim, the main thing for us is helping, supporting, and God, and women will be involved with that. You see, the Judicial Committee is not judging the victim. The elders in the congregation and the women in the congregation have the obligation to give full support to anything.
Wait, did he say that the judicial committee is not judging the victim? Then what the fuck are they judicial for? Did I hear that wrong? Because that's another outright lie.
Victim. The main thing for us is helping, supporting, and women will be involved with that. You see, the judicial committee is not judging the victim.
What? The judicial committee is not judging the victim. Then what the fuck are they judging for? What the fuck are they judicial for? Oh my God, why is he even lying? I don't even know. I don't even know why he's lying. Did he misspeak maybe? Because, I don't even know what the fuck the point of this lie is.
Elders in the congregation and the women in the congregation have the obligation to give full support to anything.
Right?
Well, that may be so, but the point I was seeking to have you address was, can you understand how a woman might feel when allegations which she brings?
Also, this is double talk. He's basically saying, oh, women are expected to help the victim because women are part of the congregation, and the victim would arguably remain in the congregation, and everybody helps each other in this cult. That's what he's saying. He's obfuscating the truth. This is double talk. This is a lie.
Things forward against a man in the congregation are considered and judged entirely by men.
Obviously, I'm not a woman, so I wouldn't like to speak on their behalf, but the two of us, I'm sure, could understand from what has been expressed and believe that perhaps there would be a hesitancy there.
And can I add this to the question, because it's one of the factual circumstances we face in this hearing. Can you understand the circumstance for a woman who brings an allegation against an elder, who is a friend of the others, who must judge the truth or otherwise of the allegation? Can you understand how that person must feel?
I can try to understand it, Your Honour, yes. But again, could I ask, and again, this is not my field of activity, but as far as I understand, we have a process in place whereby a neutral member, like a circuit overseer, will be involved with such a sensitive case.
It would be the case, would it not, that even a circuit overseer is going to know an elder well?
They should be familiar, but they also know the victim well. You see, it's not taking into consideration the spiritual responsibility. You see, these elders are not paid to do their job. They do it because of love and concern and wanting to shepherd the flock. So I think what we're missing is the spiritual element to this whole thing, where people are comfortable talking to one another.
Well, I don't know whether you've heard the evidence of the survivor.
Yeah, exactly. Circuit overseers are buddies with the elders. They're far more likely to side with their buddies than to side with their abusers.
Here, did you hear that evidence?
With their abuse.
No, unfortunately, that was a bad time for me caring for my father. I apologise, but I will look forward to hearing a summary of it.
Bye-bye.
Yes, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, because Mr. Jackson, for example, the elders who hear these allegations, one of the things they have to do is to measure the credibility of the person who says that she suffered abuse. Is that not right?
Yes, as a prosecutor would also measure the evidence that he does before he goes to a case.
Well, not so much the prosecutor, perhaps you're thinking of the judge.
Sorry, no, if I understand correct. Well, I'm going way out of my field because I'm not a lawyer, but I thought any case that would go to the police and then brought to the prosecution, you'd have to at least establish there was some validity.
Yes,
Maybe that's not the case in Australia.
Well, the point is this, Mr. Jackson, isn't it, that you've appreciated, I think, that an elderly man may be in a difficult position to understand just how a young woman, for example, making an accusation or an allegation of child sexual abuse feels in having to make that allegation.
That is true, but at the same time, perhaps someone who's never experienced the trauma that these victims have felt, even a woman may find that very hard as well, because it's such a personal experience.
But you'll accept, I'm sure, that in many instances where a woman or young woman makes such an allegation, she would feel a lot more comfortable having to make the allegation and explain the circumstances.
It's interesting because this is like 20 minutes worth of just Angus Stewart and the judge being like, do you understand that your current system where a victim has to tell about the abuse to men like the abuser is damaging? Do you get it? Do you get why you need to change it? And Geoffrey Jackson is just very willing to say no.
To know what the victim is comfortable in doing with regard to who they speak to.
Well, you gave us a scripture, 1 Timothy 3 verse 1, which as I understood it was
He's
the
the
authority
best.
for the principle that,
I'm an Angus Stewart stand on this.
as it's put there, an overseer, but in, I think, modern language, an elder must be a man. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is there a scriptural reference, and perhaps this is the one you said you'd need to come back to us on, is there a scriptural reference which says that the investigation of allegations of serious misconduct must be done by an elder?
If I could just clarify your question a little, Mr. Stewart. You see, what I think you've heard in the Commission is that we have said that women can be involved in all these various aspects leading up to the actual decision-making, whether or not someone is spiritually qualified to remain in the congregation. So just that one aspect, the actual judicial committee itself, is where we believe that men would be involved.
Mr. Jackson, that's
You really can, but again, I feel like I can beat him in poker. And just, he's a terrible liar. He's a terrible liar.
the question I was putting to you. You see, I was wondering whether you could have a structure which meant that the judicial decision as to whether or not the allegation was true could be determined by a body capable of having women represented on it.
Yeah, exactly.
That body's decision would then be taken to the elders in relation to decisions to disfellowship. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Honour.
Well, is it possible to make that change?
It is possible to make sure that elders are fully aware of the whole story. But for women to be elders in the congregation, that is not
No,
possible.
Mr. Jackson, I wasn't asking you that. I was asking you to
Okay,
consider.
sorry.
I was asking you to consider whether the process may involve a determination which we outside the church would call a judicial determination. That is the allegation true or false? And then that decision having been made, the elders would then make a decision as to the consequence, being disfellowship or otherwise. Do you understand?
I do understand.
Would women
and
be
that is a
involved in the
possibility.
determination of whether or not the allegation is true?
Well, Your Honour, if I could say, I think they already are involved.
Not in the
In the
decision.
sense
Not
that-
in the decision, Mr. Jackson. Please address my question.
See how tired the judge is? See, like, the judge is just tired of the bullshit. He's like, no, none of what I'm asking you. I can just address what I'm asking you. Please address what I'm asking you, Mr. Jackson. And he's just tired of Geoffrey Jackson. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that the judge wants to do is to protect children. That's it. It becomes far worse when you realize of the truth. What he's trying to do is to protect the children of Australia. That's his only job. And he has Geoffrey Jackson, fucking the pig over here in a suit, being in the middle of it, just obfuscating the truth and further victimizing more children, even though they know that there's more than 1,000 abusers since the 70s that have never been reported to the police. Like, they know that this guy is a criminal, and they're still trying to negotiate with him. And Geoffrey Jackson is still unwilling to negotiate. It blows my mind. It's insane to me. And this is why I don't hate Jehovah's Witnesses individually, but I can't stand the governing body. I believe the governing body should go to prison, and I want them to live a long life so they can spend it in prison, because they are the most annoying and superior feeling Jehovah's Witnesses out there. They represent everything that's wrong with the Jehovah's Witness religion. They represent everything that will further victimize many other an uncountable amount of children since that time. Because guess what? This happened in 2015. After 8 years, they could have chosen to take in some of these suggestions on board. They could have chosen that. How many children, how many thousands of children would have not have to be victimized, that have been victimized in this past 8 years, since they pointed out that they needed to do this? They can't say, oh, it's just we didn't know what we were doing. They knew that they've been doing it at least since 2015, and yet nothing has changed. That's why when the judge gets a little bit frustrated, I get like so much more frustrated, because to me it is extremely frustrating with the extra information that I have, which is the future. I'm from the future. I'm 8 years into the future, and I see that nothing has changed, which just infuriates me further.
Okay. But Yes. Well, please, could I just use an example? If an underage child it says that something has happened, and then two women are involved with helping that person, surely they have to decide whether or not the facts are true. They can present those to the elders. Otherwise, how would the elders know what the facts are?
Mr. Jackson, you're not dealing with my question.
I'm sorry, I apologise.
Would you like me to put it again? Would you like me to put it again?
See, it's just I don't even have anything to say. I just hate him so much. I just hate him so much.
If you would, please.
Your process at the moment has a judicial determination which is made by the elders. And that's the point at which a decision is made as to whether the allegation is true or false. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
I do understand that, Your Honour.
Is it possible for the process to be modified so that that decision can be made by a body which could include women? That is, the decision as to whether or not the allegation is true or false, made by a body which could include women, and that decision would thereafter be acted upon and a decision made as to whether or not to disfellowship by the elders. Do you understand?
I do understand, and I apologise, Your Honour, for not answering directly. I didn't understand fully what you were saying. The answer, Your Honour, is such a situation would...
Maybe. Let's see how he answers. He did say, "Oh, I'm too stupid to understand." So, unfortunately, you do have the policy of assuming ignorance over malice unless directly proven to not be so. So, we can say he's stupid. Let's see what he says. The judge just asked a very good question. Can Geoffrey Jackson finally got it after what's been like half an hour, which is, can women be the intermediary between the child and the elders, so the elders don't deal directly with the child, that they deal with the woman who then interrogates the child. But then they don't deal with the child directly, so they don't get super traumatized. They just get a little bit traumatized.
Would be worthy of us considering and doing research and checking the scriptures. Yes, the possibility of considering that is there.
Thank you.
The possibility of considering that is there. However, as I said multiple times in the live stream, it has been 8 years and this did not change. So the answer really was fuck no.
Thank you, and I apologize again.
Mr. Jackson, I'd like to refer you to Shepherd the Flock of God, which is tab 120 at page 71, ringtail 72. Now, this is the manual for elders, and it's been applicable since, as I understand it, 2010. Is that right?
This is, yes, that appears to be the case.
And would it be the case that this manual came through the processes of the writing committee?
This manual would have been prepared with the help of the service departments, and the service committee would have prepared this information. And yes, the writing committee wouldn't have needed to read everything and check to see it's scripturally applicable.
Yes. And what I'm showing you page 71, but that's in chapter 5, which is headed determining whether a judicial committee should be formed. And it starts out by setting out various wrongdoings, serious ones, including manslaughter, attempted suicide, veneer, and so on. So that's the context. But you'll see at paragraph 37, it says, even though a Christian has been accused of wrongdoing serious enough to require judicial action, the judicial committee should not be formed unless the wrongdoing has been established. And the word established is in italics. So my question is, who is it who decides whether the wrongdoing has been established?
So it is my understanding that two elders normally would investigate the matter to see if there is some substance to the accusation. Having in mind, as you mentioned, this could be ranging from someone getting drunk to someone committing immorality. And
speaking of someone getting drunk, I got my order. I asked to my partner for some beta like an hour ago, and she finally gave me, which is fine. It's fine. I am only happy that I got the beta, the beer. Sorry.
So on. So those two elders would at least see if there was some basis of the accusation, and they would get back to the body of elders, who then would appoint the judicial committee.
Yes. So then the question is it scripturally necessary?
No, it's just I need a drink because we're still in this. Can women be the intermediary between children and the elders? And obviously, it's infuriating. It's just infuriating.
That
It would be, but I can't be drunk. We're gonna go see a couple of houses later today, so unfortunately, I can't be drunk.
Performed by two elders, as opposed to, for example, a woman appointed for them.
May I ask, Mr. Stewart, is this the same question that is Honor asked, or is there a difference? Are you just emphasizing the point?
Well, I'm trying to understand your answer, Mr.
Bitch,
Jackson.
who gives a fuck? Just answer the fucking question. Like, who gives a like? Why are you like? Oh, are you just repeating the question? So what is PS? Just answer the fucking question. Jesus. Oh my. This isn't just a lie. This is just him being difficult for the sake of being difficult.
You can just address yourself to my question. What I've sought to do is to identify a very specific decision in the process. It's the decision as to is the wrongdoing established, and you've said that that's done by two elders, who then report back to the body of elders, which then appoints a judicial committee. So I'm asking scripturally, is there room for that decision as to whether the wrongdoing has been established to be anyone other than elders?
Good, I understand your question, Mr. Stewart. Could we take the case of where the two elders cannot speak to the victim, that perhaps they don't want to traumatize the victim, and maybe two women that are very close to the victim are able to speak to them. In a setting such as that, all the elders would have is the testimony of the two women with regard to the testimony of the victim. So in that way, the women are saying whether they feel that it's a valid case or not. So the answer to your question is, yes, women can be involved scripturally.
But you know, Mr. Jackson, my question had nothing to do with involvement. It had to do with who makes the decision. The person who makes the tea is involved in a sense if they bring the tea in when the decision is being considered. I'm not talking about involvement. I'm talking about who makes the decision. Am I to understand your evidence is that it must be?
Oh my
elders who
God.
make the decision?
I'm telling you, this is why fucking Angus Stewart has such big dick energy, because he can tell that Geoffrey Jackson is just being deceitful and just using double speech and saying, oh yeah, women are involved. And he's like, yeah, motherfucker, like the person who's serving you the tea is involved. That doesn't mean what I'm asking you, does it? It's just he's so good. Also, I can't believe that StreamYard or my webcam are racist, because I mean, I know that I'm in Mexico. They didn't need to make me this yellow. Like, why is all of this yellow? Is this because I'm in Mexico? Like, I've never seen this in real life. I don't understand it. Like, this isn't. Let's just keep watching.
Decision.
That is my understanding.
And are you able to furnish a scriptural reference for that? In other words, where it is that it's provided in the scriptures that is necessarily so?
The principle that we were discussing before is the headship principle found in 1 Corinthians chapter 11. And I'm sure, Mr. Stewart, you've already referred to this in the commission, but please bear with me as we look at it. 1 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 3. Have it there already?
This time I'll be grateful for the page number, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, so 1536. Thank you. So, verse 3 of chapter 11. But I want you to know that the head.
I don't have a warm light. I literally don't have a light whatsoever. There's a window over here. So you know it's like 4:04 right now. So this is literally. That's why I know that this is racist, because this is just a window. So it's literally the sun that's giving me the only light, and I have like this pink light going over here, and like a blue light over here that you can't really tell on the camera. But no, like the orange is done by streaming. The orange is racism. That's what I'm saying.
The head of every man is the Christ. In turn, the head of a woman is the man. In turn, the head of the Christ is God. So in the church decision-making arrangement is based on the headship principle we have in the family and in...
Also, just comment, that verse, always bad. Like, it's just like, oh yeah, you know, like women respond to men. And we men, we respond to God, but you women, you respond to us, okay? Like somebody's really like very obviously getting the worst and at that in that arrangement.
The Jehovah's Witness community as a whole, that scripturally the men make the final decisions, but that does not mean that there is no input from the women.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jackson. While you're in 1 Corinthians, perhaps you would take a look at 1 Corinthians 14, verses 33 to 35.
I have it already, yes.
Which says that, for God is a God not of disorder but of peace, as in all the congregations of the holy ones. Let the women keep silent in the congregations, for it is not permitted for them to speak. Rather, let them be in subjection, as the law also says. If they want to learn something, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is disgraceful for a woman to speak in the congregation. Now,
this is wonderful. Geoffrey Jackson is like the thesis that Angus Stewart has been saying is women are not sufficiently involved in the process. Geoffrey Jackson has been insisting that the women are involved in the process when we all know that that's why he is here, because they're not involved in the process, right? So Angus Stewart changed tactics, and he's like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna let you know from the Bible how I know that the women are even not even allowed to do what you're saying that they're allowed to do. I'll read it from the Bible directly, which is, it's amazing. Which, by the way, if you were wondering about this very misogynist text, this is in dissonance with not only with the evidence in the Bible, but with the rest of the letter. So a lot of people, a lot of scholars, I should say, believe that it was added later by people who were kind of misogynist and didn't like women, because it didn't look to be that way in the first century. As we've said before, there were judges, there were deacons. Women had places of authority in the first century congregation. So that is kind of dissonant with the rest of the Bible and with the arrangement. So that's why it seems to be there. Not that I believe in the Bible, not that I want to defend the Bible. I don't believe in that anymore. I just think, a little bit, the more you know and whatever,
as I understand it, that's not applied in the Jehovah's Witness organization. In other words, you do allow women to speak in the congregation.
I absolutely love this, because Angus Stewart is, this verse, you don't apply this verse, right? You don't do what the Bible says, right? And Geoffrey Jackson, so either he says that is correct, we don't do what the Bible says, and admits that, and to say, oh yeah, no, that's why women are involved in the thing, or he says, no, that is correct, we as Jehovah's Witness follow what the Bible says unconditionally, and therefore that's why you're correct, and women are not involved in the process. Angus Stewart just put him into a question where there's no, if he answers the question, there's no good answer for him. So let's see how he answers.
I'm sorry, you have two questions there. Can I answer the first one first? Jehovah's Witnesses do follow what is stated here. I can explain. The second one is, yes, women are allowed to speak in the congregation. May I explain to you the reason why I feel we do follow what is here?
Yes.
So he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. See what I told you? He identified the problem. So he's like, no, we follow what it says here of women not speaking in the congregation, yet that allows women to speak in the congregation. So we have it both ways, as you can tell. Queen of Flatulence says, reading the Bible, it really seems like the Apostle Paul was just some dick that set himself up in a position of authority. Look, I don't like the Apostle Paul. I think he was very judgmental. I just don't think he was that misogynist. I mean, he was pro-slavery and all that stuff. He wasn't a good person. So I'm not saying he was really nice. But yeah, you have to remember that he was a Pharisee. So doing all of these rules and judging people and all that stuff, that was encoded in his DNA. And once you realize that he probably, like Jesus probably didn't appear to him, then you realize that, yeah, he probably was still kind of a Pharisee, and he was everything that Jesus didn't want, but didn't realize about all of it. So he just made Jesus, like made the teachings of Jesus, like made the Christian religion more Pharisaical, which is what Jesus was trying very directly to go against. But it's very interesting. But it goes beyond the scope of this live stream, which is just dunking on Geoffrey Jackson.
Of course.
Okay, so you notice in verse 34, that's where it says keep silent. But if you look up at verse 28, there it says, but if there is no interpreter, he must keep silent. So the expression keep silent is referred to a male. And then verse 30.
So since it says he, and that because that's how language works, especially back then, you use the male in a lot of languages. You use the male for as a standard. That's how you use it, right? Like when you say "Hey guys" in front of a lot of people. Well, before I think guys is no genderless, but yeah, that's what he's saying.
It's talking about prophets, and then if one was in verse 30, it says, if another one receives a revelation while sitting there, let the first speaker keep silent. So this chapter is talking about orderly conduct in the church meetings or in the congregation meetings. So in verse 28, if someone starts speaking in another language, but there's no interpreter, the scripture says, let him keep silent. Now, it appears that in the congregation, there was a problem because some women were actually challenging, arguing, debating with the men who were taking the lead in giving teaching. Now, you may not feel that is the case, but that's the context of what is said here. And in chapter 11, it refers to the fact that a woman could speak with a head covering. So I think a very literal interpretation of verse 34 and 35 is not appropriate in the context.
Are you able to give an overarching explanation as to when it is that what is said in the Bible should be taken literally, and when?
I love it. So Geoffrey Jackson just went into this whole like mental gymnastics of why is it that women are not allowed to speak in the congregation, and yet they are. So Uncle Stuart is like, okay, but so when are they not allowed to speak? Like, when do you actually follow this Bible principle then? Like, can you give me an example? It's just so good. It's just so good.
It should be given an expansive interpretation as in this instance.
Very good. The answer is
yes, but before we let Geoffrey Jackson give him like an example of when women are told to be quiet, I have to just give prop to Angus Stewart and the judge, because they both are using that old book. Like they both concede on using that old book. Like they're giving Geoffrey Jackson concessions that I don't feel he deserves, which is why this is especially infuriating.
Jehovah's Witnesses, you see, it's not a matter of 7 men in the governing body taking one verse and saying, what do you think it means? What do you think it means?
Yes, it is.
Jehovah's Witnesses try to use the Bible to explain itself. So here in 1 Corinthians chapter 4, if we were to take the viewpoint that this literally means that a woman cannot speak, then we would be not going in accordance with the context. So the answer to your question is you have to have the whole picture. And that's something that for yourself, and this is obviously said in all due respect, someone who reads the Bible their whole life should understand the whole picture. And if I, perhaps by means of helping you with regard to that, there are 2 other scriptures. One is in First.
Oh, the years of superiority. He's like, no, you don't understand. You don't understand. This Bible verse over here about not letting women speak, it's not even valid. It's just you are too stupid to understand this because you haven't been reading the Bible as long as I have. If you had been reading the Bible for as long as I have, you would realize that this verse doesn't even have to be applied ever. You idiot.
Timothy chapter 2, which I believe is referred to in the Commission. 1 Timothy chapter 2, that's page 1588. And there it says, verse 11 and 12, let a woman learn in silence.
Exactly, condescending. I'm using superiority or whatever because I was blanking on that fucking word and I didn't even know how to Google it. So thank you. Yes, condescending.
With full submissiveness, I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise authority over a man, but she is to remain silent. Now you notice the asterisk gives the alternative to that, to remain calm, remain quiet. So obviously this is talking about the role of women not jumping up excitedly, arguing with others. And it's similar to what First Peter, and please bear with me, First Peter chapter 3 says with regard to a woman who is married to a non-Christian. And in First Peter chapter 3, that's page 1623. Mr. Stewart, have you got it?
No, I haven't, but I'm sure you'll read it to me, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Big dick energy from Angus Stewart. Big dick energy. Angus Stewart wasn't even reading in the Bible, and then Geoffrey Jackson is like, come, do you have it? And then Angus is like, no, but I'm sure you read it. Like I'm sure you'll say it anyway because it's perfect. He's so good. That's why I loved Angus Stewart, because he is like the perfect antithesis to the condescending nature of Geoffrey Jackson. So just by putting him in comparison, he looks even more condescending because of how easily Angus Stewart just brushes him off. It's just so good.
And verse 1 of 1 Peter chapter 3, in the same way you wives be in subjection to your husbands, so that if any are not obedient to the word, they may be won without a word through the conduct of their wives. Now,
yeah, that's what he's trying to do. Just a whole bunch of information to obfuscate the point. That is another way that Jehovah's Witnesses lie, by obfuscation.
So the governing body, when we consider these things, is very much aware of trying to get the whole context of things. Otherwise, it's like asking two people for an opinion on something and getting three different opinions. If someone just takes one verse, they can have all sorts of opinions about it. But the work of Jehovah's Witnesses is to try and understand the whole Bible as one message from God. Now, I don't expect that you would have the same viewpoint, but I thank you for at least letting me express our viewpoint.
Mr. Jackson, let's make it a little more concrete then, in a very specific example. Now, you'll know that one of the...
Now, keep in mind that the subtitles are just auto-generated. That's why, and he's Australian. That's why he didn't say Ben.
In a very
He said Ben, but you know he's Australian. He's like, Mr. Jackson, let's give him a concrete bin. That's my Australian accent. So that's how bad it is. I am as good as picking up the Australian accent as these subtitles.
Now you'll know that one of the things that's emerged in the last couple of weeks, that in Australia at least, amongst the Jehovah's Witness organization, there's a practice of not reporting child sexual abuse allegations to the authorities unless required by law to do so. Do you accept that?
It's about 2 weeks for 20.
I'm not familiar with the statistics or the general practice, but I can tell you why there is.
You fucking liar! This is just an outright lie. This is just an outright lie. Angus Stewart asked him, "Hey, did you know that when CSA happens, like nobody reports it? We have 1,000 people, like over 1,000. You didn't report it. Did you know that?" Like it's literally a yes or no question, and it has to be yes because Geoffrey Jackson knows this. Like he knows that he's an elder. Like every elder who has dealt with this kind of issues knows this, and he has very obviously dealt with this kind of issues either directly or indirectly. You cannot be. He has gone through the service department, for crying out loud. Like, he knows the answer to these questions, but he has to answer by lying and by saying, "Oh, I don't even know the statistics." Yeah, he doesn't know the statistics, but he does know that this is the general practice. This is again an outright lie.
There's a spiritual dilemma because of this question.
Well, that's what I'm driving at. So perhaps you can address that question specifically, which is this: is there a scriptural basis to that policy or practice being not to report child sexual abuse allegations to the authorities unless required by law to do so?
Thank you for the opportunity to explain this. I think very clearly, Mr. Toole pointed out that if the Australian government and all the states were...
Mr. Toole was an elder who was interviewed by the Australian Royal Commission. And again, Geoffrey Jackson is showing how he lies, because previously he said that he didn't know anything about that was going on here, that he had absolutely no knowledge of things, and yet he's quoting what Mr. Toole pointed out to the Australian government. So, you know, he has prepared more than what he said he prepared. Like, he clearly knows more than what he's letting on to. He just doesn't want to admit that he knows that stuff, because if he doesn't know that stuff, then in his mind, he'll have more of a leeway to lie.
Was to make mandatory reporting, it would make it so much easier for us. But
yeah, I've been saying that if you scale up those Australian numbers to the US or to the rest of the world, the problem is unimaginable. It is unimaginable. It is one of the reasons why I make this stupid, silly little videos, because I think that maybe, like, I'm not gonna make a change. Like, I'm too stupid and I'm too tiny. You know, like, I don't aspire to bring down the Jehovah's Witness religion. But maybe I can just be, you know, like a tiny rock in the against them, and maybe somebody who's smarter than me or who has more power than me will somehow see this and then take action. You know, so yeah, this is horrifying. This is the most horrifying thing that Jehovah's Witnesses do.
the ethical or let's say the spiritual dilemma that an elder has is to consider, how did he get the information that he has been told? Now, there's a scriptural principle in the book of Proverbs, chapter 25.
Imagine getting wind of a CSA case, and instead of, you know, thinking of reporting it to the police or whatever, thinking, no. What I have to think about is the source of the information. What he's not saying is what the Jehovah's Witnesses do. If the source is like a source that will have any links to the congregation, if the congregation knows about this stuff and that's the source, then the action will be far different than if the source is just a kid and nobody else knows about it. He knows that. And so even when he's lying, even when he's obfuscating the truth, he cannot help but admit to horrifying bits, because he's so delusional and so into his own bullshit that he doesn't even know what's acceptable. You know, like, he's trying to say what's acceptable, but even he can't even he doesn't have like a proper barometer for what's acceptable to people anymore.
And I'm not saying, Mr. Stewart, that any one of these principles takes precedent, but it is something that the elder would need to take into consideration.
I'm not, believe me, like, I stutter so much, and because I'm stupid, and the only thing that I know is just about this religion. Like, I feel like if I was smarter, like if I was properly smart, I could do something better than just videos, you know. That's what I feel. Like, I feel like if I was properly smart, like I would actually take action. But since I'm not, like, I just make videos, which is why I don't like to consider, like, at least most of my videos as activism.
So Proverbs 25, verses 8 through 10. That's on page 905. That's Proverbs 25, 8 through 10. Do not rush into a legal dispute.
The big dick energy. Geoffrey Jackson paused so they, like the judge and Angus Stewart, said yeah, I have it, you know, so to try to like remain in control. But yet neither Angus Stewart nor the judge gave him the satisfaction. They just found it in the Bible, remained silent, and just waited for Jackson to continue talking. Like, I'm telling you, there's a lot to love in this. Like, I feel like for all of the infuriating things that Geoffrey Jackson is saying, it's great that it's just out here, because the judge and Angus Stewart do such a good job at showing us how to rebut and how to counteract these arguments. You know, you don't give them the satisfaction of getting them to you. You don't allow them to control anything. You just remain respectful and you call them out when you need to call them out. That's it, with logic. Not with, oh, you're stupid or whatever. No, you just find the flaw in their argument and just keep it about the argument, and that's it. They give such a good example. And honestly, like Angus Stewart in the whole thing, just I watched it when I was waking up, and obviously I was kind of a different person. And the way that Angus Stewart is specifically interacts with other people throughout the whole Australian Royal Commission was a huge inspiration for the kind of person that I at the moment I was like, no, I want to become that person. And it's still today. I feel like it's a great example of the kind of person that I would like to become. You know, like somebody who is very logical, who keeps his cool, but who knows when to call someone out when they need to, and with such big energy. You know, it doesn't get himself like led bossed around by this cult leader.
You will do later. What will you do later if your neighbor humiliates you? Plead your case with your neighbor, but do not reveal what you were told confidentially, so that the one listening will not put you to shame and you spread a bad report that cannot be recalled. Now, I'm not saying, Mr. Stewart, this is the only factor, but it is one factor that all ministers of religion have grappled with when it comes to an issue such as this. The second issue is that elders are told, as is mentioned in 1 Peter, and the 5th chapter, this is on page 1625, 1 Peter chapter 5, and verses 2 and 3. Have you got it, Mr. Stewart?
I do.
Yes. Shepherd the flock of God under your care, serving as overseers, not under compulsion, but willingly before God, not for love of dishonest gain, but eagerly. And then this is the point, not lording it over those who are God's inheritance, but becoming examples to the flock. The point being here, another aspect that an elder needs to consider is he does not have the authority to lord it over or take over control of a family arrangement where a person who, let's say it's a victim who is 24, 25 years of age, has a right to decide whether or not they will report that incident. They also...
That's what I'm saying. The judge and Angus Stewart give him like everything. And yet he refuses to give anything back. They are, to me, the judge and Angus Stewart were far more charitable than I would have considered necessary or even deserved. And like that is the only thing that I could point to like the only like flaw. I feel like they were too nice to them. They were way too nice to Geoffrey Jackson. Way too nice.
Respect the family arrangement that the appointed guardian, who is not the perpetrator, has a certain right to. So this is the spiritual dilemma that we have, because at the same time, we want to make sure that children are cared for. So if the government does happen to make mandatory reporting, that will make this dilemma so much easier for us, because we all want the same goal, that children will be cared for properly.
Let's take a situation in a family where one of the children, let's say the eldest, reports having been abused by her father.
Yes, sorry, is there a question?
Yes, if that report is accepted as having validity, you would accept that the potential is that the other children in the family remain at risk.
That is correct.
And by not reporting to the authorities, is the case not that the confidentiality of the one who reported is regarded as being more important than to protect those who are still at risk?
No, Mr. Stewart, if I could just, what I'm trying to highlight is there are several factors that make it hard for a minister of religion to make a clear-cut or quick decision on this matter. Obviously, I think, again, what has been highlighted to the Commission, the elders should encourage the guardian of the child or whoever is in that family arrangement that is not the perpetrator to notify the authorities.
Wait. What?
Notify the child or the elders should encourage the guardian of the child or whoever is in that family arrangement that is not the perpetrator to notify the authorities.
The elders should encourage. That should is, should is just it's holding a lot of weight. That should. Yeah, they should, but they don't, right? That's the point. They should, They should, like Geoffrey Jackson just admitted to it, and yet they don't. This again, 8 years have passed. This hasn't changed. This is a lie by approximation. Like this is, oh my God.
Leaving aside the question of overriding mandatory law from the civil authorities, do you see?
Also, by the way, I don't know why. Every time that I'm on a live stream, I roll like the worst fucking joints. Look at this. Look at this bullshit. Look at this. This is fucking. I couldn't push it in. Like it just got. Oh, now it's falling off. Just damn it. Here you go. Try to fix it. It's just. I don't know. I'd love like I swear to God, like most joints I roll are nice, but you guys would never know because apparently I can't roll a good joint when I'm live streaming.
The possibility within the scriptures, as you've identified them, for a change in the practice of Jehovah's Witnesses. In other words, would it be within the scriptures for the Jehovah's Witness organization to adopt a policy which says that in cases where there are others at risk, a report must be made to the authorities?
That is a possible thing for us to consider. And I think already the assumption is there that if any elder was to see that there was some definite risk, that their conscience should move them to do that. But the point I was trying to make is
you lying piece of shit. You lying piece. You know that hasn't happened. That hasn't happened. That never happened in Australia, even though you had over 1,000 abusers. None of them were reported to the police, not even a single one. And you still are going to say, oh no, the elders, it's the elders' fault. Like he's trying to throw the elders under the bus when for obeying his policies. He's like, oh, the elders should do it. Of course. I mean, even if we didn't do it, we believe that the elders should be moved to do it. So it's just the responsibility of the elders to not obey the governing body. Again, there are multiple cases of elders that have been removed from their positions for doing exactly this, for reporting to the police issues of abuse. So what Geoffrey Jackson here is saying is another lie.
Mr. Stewart, is there are other scriptural factors that maybe make that a little complicated, and it would certainly be a lot easier if we had mandatory laws on that.
Now, turning to another aspect that we've dealt with, which is the question of the two-witness rule, you'll be aware that if there's no confession, then two witnesses to serious wrongdoing are required, or to two similar events of serious wrongdoing, in order that there is sufficient evidence.
Oh, this is awesome because Angus Stewart knows more about the two-witness rule than Geoffrey Jackson. And Angus Stewart is about to school Geoffrey Jackson on why the two-witness rule should not be a thing inside the Jehovah's Witness religion with the fucking Bible. This is, again, just another like big dick move energy from Geoffrey Jackson, from Angus Stewart. It's just a big dick energy move. That's what I wanted to say.
To establish a judicial committee. Do you understand that?
I do understand that.
Is there a scriptural basis to that?
The two-witness testimony, is that what you're asking, Mr. Stewart?
That's right.
Absolutely. If I could take you to the book of Matthew, chapter 18, Matthew 18, and that's on page 1330. Matthew 18, and here are the words of our Lord, verse 16, that's correct. The words of our Lord Jesus Christ. But this is talking in the sense of a judicial setting. And if he does not listen, take along with you one or two more, so that on the testimony of two or three witnesses, every matter may be established. So from this, and I can give you a list of several other scriptures, but I don't want to test your patience and take you to all these verses.
Oh man, I wish you had adopted that before quoting a whole bunch of scriptures already.
This is a theme right through the Christian Greek scriptures, the New Testament, that the rules for evidence for a judicial hearing involve two witnesses. But
I need to pee.
please allow me to say further. This is only talking about setting up a judicial committee. It doesn't mean to say that Jehovah's Witnesses would feel that someone is totally 100% squeaky clean just because there was only one witness to the crime.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by 100% squeaky clean. I mean, the reality is if there's only one witness in the case of child sexual abuse, then it cannot be taken further by the elders. And as it's put in the literature, it's left in the hands of Jehovah.
Yes, but please may I correct your comment on that with all due respect. You see, by squeaky clean, I'm meaning that it's not like someone being exonerated by a judicial hearing whereby there's double jeopardy and they can't be taken before the judicial hearing again. Our literature has said, and we agree, that in most cases with children with child abuse, they are telling the truth. That's an established thing. They're not making up these stories. So immediately the elders would put.
Campbell, most cases of child abuse, they tell me, most cases, not all of them. He's not even willing to say that, yeah, children don't lie about this. He can't even say that outright. He has to give leeway to say, oh no, most cases are fine.
Into place protection measures to help, to make sure that the family cares for the child and that due steps are taken to protect the child.
So I take it you say that that is what elders around the world should definitely do.
They should do, because Christian principles indicate if they realize a child is in a dangerous situation, action should be taken. The judicial hearing is simply us determining whether a person, the perpetrator, has committed a sin that would warrant them being put out of the congregation. But that doesn't mean to say we're stupid and that we think that someone hasn't done something.
Well, I want to take you back then to the scriptural basis.
Yeah, just for clarification, yeah, he said when he said, "Oh, that doesn't mean we're stupid and that we don't believe that somebody has done nothing when they've done something." That just means that when they've heard about a CSA case and they don't have a second witness to support it, they just keep the elders are just told to keep an eye on the person, and that's it. That's it. That's them not being stupid. Not to report it to the police or. Just keep an eye because there's not sufficient evidence yet.
For that. So you referred to Matthew 18, verse 16. And as I understand it, and
it really is,
correct me if I'm wrong, that in turn really is a reference back to Deuteronomy 19, verse 15. In other words, what Jesus Christ was doing is referring back to that aspect of Mosaic law dealing with evidence.
He did quote, as he often did, from the Mosaic law, but he gave it Christian application.
So, but that is an element to be found in the Mosaic law as set out in Deuteronomy 19:15. Is that right?
It is an element that is found in both the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Now, what I'm interested in is, and perhaps you can help me on this, is that why that applies to a case of sexual assault when clearly what was being addressed in the reference in Matthew that you gave us was not a question of sexual assault.
Yes, if I can just clarify that a little further then. There are basic principles that the Bible highlights, and I can give you 2 Corinthians 13, verse 1. Sorry, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, carry on.
You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. 1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 19. It's not just a one-off verse, but this is a basic principle for rules of evidence as found in the Bible. But if I could just emphasize again, this is only referring to a church-appointed committee that determines whether a person should remain in the congregation or not. The judicial system, and I'm sure if I can save the court's or the commission's time, I'm sure you're going to want to refer me back to Deuteronomy where it mentions the penalty of stoning. But what we need to remember is the laws that were given back in the nation of Israel. You had the judiciary, you had the punishment system, everything combined together. When the Christian arrangement came about, with our Lord Jesus Christ giving us direction, the Christian church does not have the authority to throw people into prison, to execute, or to do anything to them. So the judicial system in the Christian arrangement involves the spiritual cleanliness of the congregation, and the rules of evidence remain the same all the way through.
Well, Mr. Jackson, that's exactly the point I want to get to. You'll be familiar, and perhaps we can go to Deuteronomy 22, 23 to 27.
This is where Angus Stewart is like, all right. Now that I've properly warmed you up, now that I've got you exactly where I got you, and arguing this argument, I'm gonna destroy it with your own fucking Bible. Oh, let's see it.
Deuteronomy 22. 23 to 27.
Page 304.
Mm-hmm.
So where it said that if a man is found lying down with a woman who is the wife of another man, both of them must die together. Now, let me just preface this. I'm not addressing the question of the stoning. I'm addressing the question of evidence. the man who lay down with the woman as well as the woman. Sorry, I read that badly. Both of them must die together, the man who lay down with the woman as well as the woman. So you must remove what is bad out of Israel. Then it says, if a virgin is engaged to a man and another man happens to meet her in the city and lies down with her, you should bring them both out to the gate of that city and stone them to death. The girl, because she did not scream in the city, and the man, because he humiliated the wife of his fellow man. So you must remove what is evil from your midst. And then the next example is the one I'm particularly interested in. If, however, the man happened to meet the engaged girl in the field, and the man overpowered her and lay down with her, and the man who lay down with her is to die by himself, and you must do nothing to the girl. The girl has not committed a sin deserving of death. This case is the same as when a man attacks his fellow man and murders him, for he happened to meet her in the field, and the engaged girl screamed, but there was no one to rescue her. So the point of this last example is that there's no second witness, is there? Because the woman's in the field, she screamed, but there was no one to rescue her. Do you accept that?
This is, Angus Stewart just nailed it. He just nailed it. He's like, you know what you're talking about. It isn't about sexual abuse or anything. It's not about any of that. Let me tell you about when the Bible talks about that stuff. You know, if you go to Deuteronomy right here, it says that if someone takes advantage of a woman and it's in the field, then you can't do anything to the woman because there was nobody to help her. Now, over here, it's condemning the man, you know, who's taking advantage of the woman, and yet there is no second witness. So why don't you do the same? It is. I'm telling you, I've always said that the Jehovah's Witness religion can be destroyed using their own Bible and using their own theology and using their own logic. And Angus Stewart just demonstrated it. Angus Stewart just showed Geoffrey Jackson a far better understanding on the Bible than him. Like, he showed why he has his position that is against Geoffrey Jackson's position with the fucking Bible. And remember, this isn't even like any Bible. This is the Jehovah's Witness translation of the Bible. It is so good. This is Angus Stewart just won against Geoffrey Jackson in Geoffrey Jackson's turf.
Explain, Mr. Stewart, that, you see, I think already under testimony, some of Jehovah's Witnesses have explained that the two witnesses needed can be.
Obviously, since he just got extremely owned, Geoffrey Jackson is just gonna do what he always does and just obfuscate the truth and just talk and just not really answer the question. Like, try his best to weasel out of the situation.
In some cases, the circumstances. I think, was it an example given?
I'll come to that, Mr. Jackson.
Okay,
we'll get through this a lot quicker and easier if we just address it one step at a time. So,
Okay.
the present
So
step,
the answer to your question.
the present step is this: is that in that example, you accept it's a case where
Look at the poor lady. That is the fourth time this happens. It is crazy. And I love Angus Stewart being like, shut the fuck up. You don't even know where we're going. All right, we'll go a lot faster if you just answer the the questions, and then you don't try to like outsmart the situation because you're clearly not that smart.
there was no other witness beyond the woman herself.
There was no other witness except the woman herself, but added to that were the circumstances.
Yes, well, the circumstances were that she was raped in the field.
Mm-hmm.
And,
yes, but they were circumstances.
and it was sufficient, there being only one witness, it was nevertheless sufficient for the conclusion that the man should be stoned to death.
Angus Stewart has him by the balls.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Now, is it?
I think we're agreeing on the point.
Yes. Is it not the case that had Jesus been asked?
Oh, and then I love how Angus Stewart frames the question. He doesn't frame it as, isn't it the case that you don't follow this? He ties it back to fucking Jesus. I forgot about this bit. He just ties it all up in a perfect little bow by asking it about, hey, wouldn't Jesus have probably referred to this? Like, oh,
About
I love you,
the
Angus
sexual
Stewart.
abuse, he may have referred back to this part of Deuteronomy and said that it's not required to have two witnesses.
I certainly would like to ask Jesus that, and I can't at the moment. I hope to in the future.
That's his answer. I can't ask Jesus that. I hope I get to do that in the future. This is the most ridiculous answer that Geoffrey Jackson gives to the Australian Royal Commission. Fight me on that.
But that's a hypothetical question, which if we had an answer, then we could support what you said.
Well, it's hypothetical in a sense, but really what I'm driving at is the scriptural basis, and you're the scholar, I'm not, is the scriptural basis to the two witness rule.
Angus Stewart calls him a fucking scholar. See what I say that they're being way too nice to this fucking asshole? Like, Angus Stewart, like he doesn't need to put Geoffrey Jackson down to make his argument. He knows that. Angus Stewart is just like, listen, you're the scholar. I'm just an idiot, right? I'm just an idiot. I don't even fucking know the Bible like you. But I mean, it seems to me like this is pretty logical. Like it says here that there were no two witnesses. Wouldn't have Jesus said that they didn't need to be two witnesses if a woman was abused in the field? Like, just would probably said that, right? Because this sounds compassionate, right? To an idiot, right? He's so good.
Really so solid, or is there not space for your governing body to recognize that in cases of sexual abuse, it need not apply?
Again, if I could just mention the fact that we've already acknowledged that circumstances can also be one of the witnesses.
Well, I'll come to that, but my question is a different one. It's whether the scriptural basis to the two witness rule in relation to cases of sexual abuse has a proper foundation.
He's trying as hard as he can to weasel himself out of the question, and Angus is like, "No, motherfucker, I'll drag you down back. I'll drag you back to the question."
We believe it does because of the number of times that principle is emphasized in the scriptures.
Now, you'll be aware, of course, in the case of adultery, so long as there are two witnesses to the circumstances of opportunity, that will be sufficient.
Yes.
So in other words, there needn't be two witnesses to the act of adultery itself, but only to the circumstances of opportunity.
Sorry, you would need to walk me through that a little further. I'm not quite sure.
I was trying to do it by a shortcut, but I'll take you to the document. It's in the same Shepherd, the Flock book.
I love it. I mean, I was trying to dumb it down for you, but I'll explain it with the doctrine then.
Which is tab 120 at page 61.
Like he's like, all right, motherfucker, you want facts? I'll give you facts. Yeah, no, we really don't. He gets schooled and owned so much.
You have paragraph 11 there.
Paragraph, yes, I do.
So this is also in the chapter dealing with determining whether a judicial committee should be formed. On the subject of evidence testified to by at least two witnesses that the accused stayed all night in the same house with a person of the opposite sex or in the same house with a known homosexual under improper circumstances. That's the heading. And then it goes on to say elders should use good judgment in assessing the situation before forming a judicial committee. And in the second dot point, it says if there are no extenuating circumstances, the judicial committee would be formed on the basis of strong circumstantial evidence of porneia. And you'll see at the foot of the page, there's an example of a married brother spending an inordinate amount of time with his female secretary. And 2 lines from the bottom, it says, later, when he claims to be leaving overnight for a business trip, a suspicious wife and a relative follow him to the secretary's home, and they observe essentially the opportunity of adultery to have taken place. And then those 2 witnesses will be sufficient to establish the case. Do you see that?
I do.
This is insane because this is why elders can be so nosy, because when you are, say you want to get a divorce, you can't get a divorce unless you have evidence of adultery, and to that you have to have 2 witnesses. So how do you have evidence of adultery if you don't have 2 witnesses? The only way is to catch the other person in the act, like with somebody, because if you just catch that that person by yourself, that's not going to count.
See that?
So now, in the case of child sexual abuse, it should be, should it not, that a witness to an opportunity for the sexual abuse to have taken place would be the sufficient second witness.
Yes, if there is no, what does it say here?
Extenuating circumstances.
Under improper circumstances.
So a second witness to circumstantial or corroborating evidence would be sufficient to fulfill the second witness requirement.
That's a very large question, and I think it's something that we would need to consider carefully.
Yes, well, it's just important as to whether the second witness has to be a witness to the abuse itself, or to what extent it can be, he or she can be a witness to circumstantial or corroborating evidence. So let me use an example. What about the trauma, evident trauma of the survivor? Would that be able to be taken into account as corroborating evidence?
Yes, it would need to be taken into account. And if I could mention, Mr. Stewart, these are the things that we're interested in following up on after the Royal Commission, just to make sure that everything is in place, because certainly these are the things we're interested in.
Yes, but you'll understand, Mr. Jackson, what we're interested in is how much room you have to move, as it were, to what extent you're bound by the scriptures, and to what extent you have flexibility to change your processes.
This is why I believe that they give them so much leeway, because they're like, no, look, we are literally willing to work with you and with the Bible. We just want to know how much leeway you got to protect children. We just want to know how much leeway you got to protect children. Do you see what I mean when I'm telling you that they were too nice to this asshole and to the Jehovah's Witness doctrine in general? This is too nice. This is too nice. This is too nice, because this allows children to be further victimized. That's not a solution. That's just a band-aid. And they were willing to reach a fucking band-aid, and they still didn't got the fucking it blows my mind, because they wanted so little from Jehovah's Witnesses, and they still had nothing. That's how arrogant the Jehovah's Witnesses are.
That's right. Well, may I mention? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
I was going to say to His Honour, would that be a convenient time for a lunch adjournment?
Mr. Jackson, what did you want to say?
I was just going to say I thought that had already been established in the hearings, but if not, certainly that's something that we need to follow up on.
Very well. Mr. Jackson, it's appropriate that we now take a break for lunch here. We'll come back at 2 o'clock Sydney time.
Wait, they take a break? I didn't remember this. When did they go back? Oh no, guys. There's another hour of this? I've streamed for 3 hours already. I didn't know about it. Fuck. I thought this was it, and I was like, yeah, I mean, 3 hours is, I mean, it's a long stream. What do you guys want? Do you want to just keep going, or should we keep going like tomorrow? What do you guys want in the chat? Let me know, because I totally forgot. I totally forgot that this kept going. Jesus. I mean, it's just an hour. They took a break for lunch. I guess if we put it like this, it's just gonna be 45 minutes. Okay, somebody's saying part 2, baby. Somebody's saying tomorrow. Somebody's saying now. Who else? Come on, tell me. Should we do it right now? Because I could do it right now, I think. It's a great one. Keep it going if you're good. I mean, I'm good. This is so riveting. I mean, if you miss your work's Thanksgiving party, I think we have to keep going, right? Like we're exactly now our guys. This is not going to get any views because this is way too long. I don't care. I'd rather go through this right now. So yeah, all right. You know what, guys? All right. Hold on. Let me just. I'll play this while just making sure that we don't have like an appointment right now. All right. But yeah, I'll keep playing.
Guiding beliefs of the Jehovah's
yeah,
Witness
let's.
organization. And firstly, do you
Let's do
consider
it now.
Jehovah God to be a loving?
We have one for the Leave Your Crowd channel. But the majority says no. If there is one that, if there's more for delete your crap channel, then I will delete it. But no, most people say let's go. So break it apart and repost it after the live stream. That voids the whole point of the live stream. The whole point of the live stream is not having to do any editing. So yeah, no, let's keep doing. Let's go. Exactly. Let's go. We're already here. Let's keep finish seeing Geoffrey Jackson light his ass out.
Absolutely. 1 John 4:8 says so.
And do you consider Jehovah God to be a
We don't have any appointment, bitches. Let's go. Yeah, perfect. I thought that we had an appointment to see a house later, but not right now. So yeah, let's go. Yeah, I know. I thought that. I just have my partner. I got literally I muted my microphone to ask my partner about that because I thought we did, but no, not right now. Thank God. So yeah, we can do it. Let's finish this fucking thing.
compassionate God?
Yes, I do.
And does Jehovah God recognize the worth and dignity of all human beings?
Absolutely.
So in other words, not restricted only to those who are members of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Recognize the worth and dignity of all human beings.
Oh, you got.
Absolutely.
So in other words, not restricted.
Sorry, I think there's an issue with it. It's not me. It's the video. I think it's an issue with the recording.
Women and children as well.
Choices.
Yes, we do.
And as I understand it, your organization does recognize an individual's freedom to report crimes to the authorities.
Absolutely.
Now, as
What
I
is he
understand
setting
it,
him up?
people who no longer want to be known as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, but who have been, must then dissociate. Is that right?
No, not necessarily. I meet many people in my travel that perhaps were Jehovah's Witnesses at one stage, but then have decided no longer to be active,
Well,
as they haven't gone through a formal process.
well, I've chosen my words deliberately, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
If someone no longer wants to be known as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, they must then
Yes.
dissociate. Is that right?
Well, again, please, if they want to take the action of doing that, but of course, they have total freedom. If they don't want to apply to officially be removed as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, they can tell anyone they want that they're no longer a Jehovah's Witness.
Well,
This is golden, because Angus Stewart just came back from lunch, reinvigorated with his big dick energy, and asking Geoffrey Jackson if basically they follow basic human rights. Remember, the freedom of religion is the freedom not only to have any religion that you want, but also to leave any religion that you have for another religion that you want to have. That is freedom of religion. That's the main point. And Jehovah's Witnesses love to argue that they are for freedom of religion because they manage to get their cult recognized in some countries, but they don't really give freedom of religion because nobody is allowed to leave the religion in good terms, which is again another indicator of them being a cult, that you can't leave the group in like a good way, in an honorable way.
I'll come back to that, but perhaps I can take you to tab 109, page 155. So this is the manual organized to do Jehovah's will.
I think the guys in the computer over here, they're just training on how to become Angus Stewart. Like I have absolutely no idea, but I like to believe that they are just reading into like everything Angus Stewart, into like how Angus Stewart like talks, what he eats, how he fucks his wife, like all of that shit. And they're like, yeah, no, we have to be more like Angus Stewart because you know we want to be like him one day. That is what I feel they're doing. What's happening?
Is this the section on disassociation?
Yes, that's right. So this is a manual which is issued to all baptized Jehovah's Witnesses. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this
Or let me clarify, to be precise, those who are approved to go from door to door.
Well,
So someone who's preparing for baptism and is an unbaptized publisher would be allowed to have a copy.
okay, I see. So all baptized Jehovah's Witnesses would be guided by this, but in addition, you say some who are not yet baptized.
Publisher would be allowed to have a copy.
Okay, I see. So all baptized Jehovah's Witnesses would
It's a recording.
be guided by this, but in addition, you say some who are not yet baptized may also have a copy of this.
That is correct.
Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, it's a
No, there
recording.
isn't one available.
Yes. All right. So if action applies to the action taken by a person, and this isn't addition, is there?
No, there isn't one available.
Yes. All right. So if action applies to the action taken by a person who, although a baptized member of the congregation, deliberately repudiates his Christian standing, rejecting the congregation by his actions, or by stating that he no longer wants to be recognized as or known as one of Jehovah's Witnesses. So is it the case then that someone who no longer wants to be recognized as or known as one of Jehovah's Witnesses?
Well, again, please, if they
must be in
want
this
to take the
essential process.
action of doing that, but of course,
What a fucking asshole, just interrupting him.
they have total freedom. If they don't want to apply to officially be removed as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, they can tell anyone they want that they're no longer a Jehovah's Witness.
Wait, what?
I'll come back to that, but perhaps I can take you to tab 109, page 155. So this is the manual organized to do Jehovah's will.
So Geoffrey Jackson lied again. He said that everyone has the freedom to just not be a Jehovah's Witness and just tell everyone that they're not Jehovah's Witnesses, and that that's totally fine. That's totally cool by everybody, and nobody shuns anybody. They're totally fine. So that is incorrect. That is incorrect. And I don't know if BNP is a Jehovah's Witness, because if you are, I have nothing but respect for you. But I'd love to know what do you think about this. Do you feel Geoffrey Jackson was mistreated? Because this would be absolutely perfect if I had a Jehovah's Witness perspective. Because I'll give you the platform. You can tell us anything you want about and defend how Geoffrey Jackson, the Geoffrey Jackson testimony. You can rebut my argument if you want. That's 1,000% not only allowed but encouraged. Jesus. You know what,
This
guys?
is a section on disassociation.
Yes, that's right.
This is
a manual.
There's an issue with this. Let's just fast forward because we already watched all of this. And since we're going to keep going for another hour, apparently, we are definitely going to be doing my nails. Because guess what else my partner brought from the store? Acetone. So we're going to be doing my nails as well. So let's keep going.
On, you'll see there's a process. This gives the person the right to officially have an announcement made that they're no longer one of Jehovah's Witnesses. But as I already said, if they decide they don't want to exercise that right, they don't automatically come under this provision.
People who don't exercise that right are then, in other words, they, as you described, inactive. They're still subject to the rules and discipline of the organization, aren't they?
I would have to check on that, because personally, that's not my field. But my understanding is that if a person has made it known by their actions in the community over a period of years that they're not witnesses, we would only hold any reports in abeyance until they decided they wanted to return.
Well, Mr. Jackson, I have to say that my understanding is if someone in that position is caught transgressing one of the rules, then they would still be subject to the disciplinary procedures, including possibly disfellowshipping. Is that not right?
That is a possibility, but in all fairness to your question, I think there are circumstances that I couldn't make a definitive comment on that.
Yes. And so, for example, if they become inactive or sought to fade without formally dissociating, and the elders came to visit and found them celebrating Christmas or a birthday, they would be found to be in transgression of the rules, would they not?
This just shows how well Angus Stewart prepared himself. Because this is something that most Jehovah's Witnesses don't even know about, but it's true. Like, you not only can you not leave honorably if we say it like that, but if you leave, like, for instance, technically, I'm not disfellowship, right? Technically, I am an inactive Jehovah's Witness, right? But if like, we're about to put up the Christmas tree, because I'm big on Christmas decoration, because it's like the second time in my life that I get to put up a Christmas tree in my house. So I'm very excited about it. So if elders came in today to my house tomorrow when the Christmas tree is ready, and saw that I have a Christmas tree, that would be grounds for not for disfellowshipping me, but for to believe, for disassociating me, which is kind of like a automatic, like you automatically disassociate yourself, and which basically means that you get treated the same. You're still shunned and everything. You just can't fight it. You can't there's this process when you get this fellowship where that you can't appeal. You can't appeal if you get disassociated. So this is true, and most Jehovah's Witnesses will not know about this. So the fact that Angus Stewart knows about this, I mean, he obviously has the elders manual, so he knows how to learn about this. But it really shows how well he prepared.
It's not my understanding, but again, as I said, it's not my field. That goes into policy with regard to those type of things. But from my personal experience, that's not the case.
Well, you say it's not your field, but remember the governing body, which is responsible, as you've said, for the whole field, and you've been a member for 10 years, and all the committees are responsible to and accountable to the governing body. So
that is correct.
So it is your field, isn't it?
Only as far as approving the basic scriptural principle. So is there a scriptural principle that you...
I fucking love this. I fucking love this. This is after Geoffrey Jackson has been saying it's not my field over and over and over and over again. And finally, he's like, you lead the fucking Jehovah's Witnesses, don't you? Like what the fuck do you mean this isn't your... Then what the fuck's field is this? Like, this is the one time that Angus Stewart like called him out on all of the times that Geoffrey Jackson says this isn't my field.
You have in mind you want to ask me about, or are you talking about policies and implementation of policies? So there is a difference there.
And the policies are all subject to the scriptural principles, aren't they?
Yes, and if you have a question on the scriptural principle, I'm very happy to try and explain it.
And for that reason, the policies have to be approved by the governing body to ensure that they are in keeping with scriptural principles.
That's correct. But the fact that the policies at times need to be changed shows that there is leeway there.
And if it's not the case, as you seem to suggest might be a possibility, although you say you don't know, if it's not the case that someone...
I love it. If it's not the case, as you seem to suggest, even though you also suggest that you don't know, like it's just, he's just so good. He's just so over everyone's bullshit.
Who has not actively disassociated but merely sought to fade or become inactive is not governed by the rules, then where's the line drawn between those who are subject to the rules and those who aren't?
That's a good question, and that's where judgment comes in. By judgment, I mean using a person's nous as to is someone still perceived as one of Jehovah's Witnesses in the community.
Well, isn't that the point?
So therefore, it's about perception, because Jehovah's Witnesses are all about appearances. This is why Geoffrey Jackson is lying his ass out, sometimes not even knowing what the fuck he's lying about. He's lying because it's all about perception. And he believes that what's important here isn't to tell the truth, is for the perception of everyone to be better, to give a good testimony. That is what's important to him.
If someone is perceived as one of Jehovah's Witnesses in the community, that's because they have not disassociated or been disfellowshipped.
Well, it has to do with what the person is telling other persons.
Well, there's no middle road, is there? I mean, you're either a member and subject to the organization, or you're not. Isn't that the case?
Yes, but I thought you were asking me about disassociation.
Well, I am indeed. So if someone hasn't disassociated but has sought merely to become inactive or to fade, they're then still subject to the organization's discipline and rules.
If they acknowledge being one of Jehovah's Witnesses.
And if they do the contrary, which is to say they're not one of Jehovah's Witnesses, the effect of that is disassociation.
That's if they decide to go down that course.
And if they don't actively disassociate, then they will be disfellowshipped as apostate.
No, an apostate is someone who actively goes against what the Bible teaches.
Well, if the elders come on the door to form
an apostate is someone who goes actively against what the Bible teaches. That is the most endearing definition for apostate that I've ever heard from Jehovah's Witnesses.
A member to a member who's been inactive and sought to fade away, and says, well, are you still a Jehovah's Witness or not? And the person says, well, no, I don't want to be a Jehovah's Witness. The consequence of that will be either disfellowshipping or disassociation, won't it?
No, I don't agree with that. Not from what I've seen. Can I just say this hypothetical situation, which is probably a one that could happen. Two elders call at the door of someone. They're not going to come out and say, hello, I'm celebrating Christmas. It presupposes that Jehovah's Witnesses have some sort of spy network to monitor these people, which we don't. But if that person says, look, I was baptized as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, but I'm no longer active, no doubt the elders will say, well, we would encourage you to return. You know, is there anything we can do to help you? Now, in that process of them returning, if they feel prompted to say that they have been living a lifestyle that is contrary to what Jehovah's Witnesses would live, then certainly we would handle that.
Well, let's take that up.
Geoffrey Jackson is here trying to obfuscate the truth, lying again, which is what we're calling out, by trying to make it seem like just everyone fades. And this is the only thing lacking in Geoffrey Jackson's cross examination in Angus Stewart cross examination of Geoffrey Jackson, because the only thing that he missed is the fact that even if this happens, they're still labeled bad association. And it seems like Angus Stewart either did not know the concept of bad association, maybe he forgot at that point, maybe he never got informed at that point, but he doesn't bring up the concept of bad association, which is at best, what Jehovah's Witnesses will get if would get labeled as if they leave the religion. That is the best case scenario, being labeled bad association.
Hypothesis where they visit this household. Mr. Jackson, you hear me?
I can, yes. Sorry, you started, I didn't hear a question.
Yes, it was echoing back at me, but it seems to have been resolved. Mr. Jackson, let's take that hypothesis of the two elders visit the household of someone who's been inactive for some time and seek to explore whether that person will come back to the active fold and encourage them to do so. In the process of which, in visiting that household, they find that that person is, in the eyes of the Jehovah's Witness, living in sin. That person would then be subject to the discipline of the organization, wouldn't they?
In a case such as that, yes.
And their only way to avoid that would be to disassociate.
If they didn't want to go through the process, but might I mention in your hypothetical situation, the person has indicated that they want to come back, and many people in that situation do want to come back.
No, Mr. Jackson, my hypothetical had nothing to do with anyone wanting to come back. My hypothetical is premised on the basis that someone wants to leave or not be involved, and I'm exploring the possibility which you put out there of them being able to just become inactive and not actually end up outside the organization or not end up disassociating. Do you understand? So
I do. Sorry, I misunderstood the fact that you said that they indicated they wanted to come back. I'm sorry.
So the point we've got to then is that, as I understand it, is that a person who's become inactive and wishes merely to remain inactive is still subject to the organization's rules and discipline, not so.
You want to come back, but we don't run a police state where we go and try and force people to follow our.
We don't run a police state. Oh my God. Just the Jehovah's Witnesses are one of the most controlling organizations out there, religious organizations out there, which is why they are a cult, but they don't run a police state. Jesus.
Our beliefs.
Well, leaving that to one side, the point is if, for example, the elders visited and found the person to be living in sin in the eyes of the Jehovah's Witnesses, then the elders would, following the process and procedures, discipline that person under the rules of the organization, not so.
Yes, according,
This is true, by the way. What Angus Stewart is saying, again, that's true. If you're inactive and you're found with a Christmas tree in your thing, then in your house, a judicial committee will be formed. Geoffrey Jackson wants to be like, oh, if they want to go through the procedure, but that's not the case. A judicial committee will be formed regardless. Like that will happen. If someone is living very outright not up to Jehovah's Witness standards, then they will be kicked out of the religion, whether they identify as a religion or not, which again is why I was saying, if an elder came in and saw my Christmas tree, he would have to start a judicial committee. Now, maybe this had changed since I left, but last time I checked the elders manual and talked to elders, that was still the case.
In a situation where it was found that someone who claimed to be one of Jehovah's Witnesses was living in sin, then the elders would try to ascertain, well, what needs to be done? We obviously want to help the person. So the first step would be to ascertain, do they want to come back? Are they willing to change what they're doing? And if ultimately the person is willing to talk to us, then yes, that would be involved with the judicial process.
But if they're not, then either they must disassociate or they'll be disfellowshipped.
That would be in that particular case, but I can think of many scenarios where it wouldn't be.
And
Jesus.
it's right, isn't it, in the case of both disassociation and disfellowshipping, the remaining members of the Jehovah's Witnesses cannot associate with the disassociated or disfellowshipped person.
Yes, that's according to the Bible principles, which I'm sure you've already read.
And that it's even
According to the Bible principle, sure. You know, that one Bible principle where it says that Paul told very publicly that to the congregation what the guy in 1 Corinthians was doing, sleeping with his father's wife. And then in 2 Corinthians, he's like, yeah, you know, the rebuke of the majority is enough. Now that he literally stopped doing it, there is no reason to form a judicial committee, nothing. He doesn't have to say that he wants to come back, nothing. Now you have to embrace him because the rebuke of the majority is sufficient. So is the rebuke of the majority sufficient for Jehovah's Witnesses, or do they ask for things that are beyond the scripture?
family members not living in the same household. Freedom from the organization on the one hand and friends, family, and social network on the other.
I thought I made it quite clear that I don't agree with that supposition.
Well,
You see, are we talking about a gross sin that's been committed or someone who just wants to leave Jehovah's Witnesses? Let me clarify. If someone no longer wants to be an active Jehovah's Witness and they're not in the community viewed as a Jehovah's Witness, we do not have a so-called spiritual police force to go and handle that.
Mr. Jackson, the reality of the situation is that a person who's been baptized a Jehovah's Witness is thereafter either in the organization or out of it. Is that not right?
I think perhaps you've got your facts a little wrong there.
Well, I don't think that's correct, because you've accepted already, Mr. Jackson, that a person in the situation you've postulated of merely becoming inactive is still subject to the rules of the organization.
Yes, but if I can mention, Mr. Stewart, your first proposition you put forward, that they meet someone who's celebrating Christmas. This person is not associating with other Jehovah's Witnesses, not actively trying to change other people and so on. A person such as that is not going to be handled judicially, as far as I understand.
As far as I understand, this is a lie. Again, I could be wrong in this. I could be wrong. If I was making a video, I would research and find exactly the vernacular that is used to figure out whether this is technically exactly a lie. But I'm pretty sure this is a lie.
So, sorry, I have to disagree with you.
Well, no, but Mr. Jackson, you're disagreeing on the example of what they do wrong, and that's
Geoffrey Jackson was about to say this isn't my field.
That's not my point. My point is they may do nothing wrong, but they're still subject to the rules of the organization in the event that at some point they do something wrong.
I will agree with that, but I don't agree with the sweeping statement. They only have the two choices.
Well,
that was the point I was disagreeing with.
Well, it's right then, isn't it? Because if they don't want to be subject to the discipline and rules of the organization, then they have to leave by actively dissociating. Isn't that the truth?
That's if they definitely don't want to be, yes. But there are some that do not want to make that active move.
Well, the result then is they're faced with the choice between the freedom from the organization on the one hand and having to lose their family and friends and social network on the other. That's
how you would like to put it, Mr. Stewart. But I thought I'm trying to say that there are those, some of whom I have heard of, that just fade away and they're not actively Jehovah's Witnesses.
And Mr. Jackson, you put it that they have a choice to leave or not to leave. For someone who wants to leave, perhaps because they've suffered abuse by someone in the organization and don't feel that it's been treated properly or adequately. It's a very difficult choice, isn't it? Because they must choose.
I agree with that.
And it can
Yes.
be a very cruel choice for them, not so.
I agree. It's a difficult choice.
And it can be personally devastating because they can lose their whole social network and their families.
That can be the case, yes.
Would you accept then that putting people to that choice through this system of disassociating from them, or shunning as it's sometimes referred to, is contrary to the Jehovah's Witness belief in freedom of religious choice?
And no, I don't accept that. I think you're jumping to a
Why,
conclusion there,
motherfucker?
but I understand that you have that opinion.
Well, on what basis do you not accept that?
Because
Exactly.
right throughout the arrangement with Jehovah's Witnesses, people have to make choices based on their own free will. For example, to be baptized, if someone walks up to us and says, I want to get baptized, but we're not going to allow them to be baptized. They have to, first of all, understand the arrangement of Christian living. Usually it takes 1 or 2 years for them to go through.
This is what we like to call blaming the victim. This is how Jehovah's Witnesses get away with believing that doing all of this bullshit is fine. That shunning even children is fine, because they will always be like, I mean, it was your choice. You knew what the consequences were when you got baptized when you were 13.
Both the publications that we have, so that they personally can make that commitment. So that is a choice that they made. Now, we are not forcing them in any ways to remain in our organization. But a point to remember is that the ultimate standard that we believe in is the Bible, and we feel it's good for people to live by the Bible. The fact that many who have been disfellowshipped return of their own free will is an indication that they likewise still believe that it's a good lifestyle.
So, Jack, you were baptized at age 13, am I right?
Oh,
I certainly was, yes.
And there are, in fact, many Jehovah's Witnesses who are baptized at an age even younger than that.
There have been some I've met that have been baptized younger.
And you consider that at that age, someone is old enough and mature enough to make a decision affecting the rest of their lives?
Yes, I do in some cases. Obviously, there are some children that wouldn't be able to make that decision. And perhaps some would have questioned whether I could make that decision at 13 years of age. But I've worked with people that have been baptized when they were 11, and they have stuck by that determination their whole life.
Well, that
yeah,
may be
because
they can't leave the
you're not allowed to
organization
work with the
without
other ones.
leaving behind everyone whom they know.
Anything is possible.
You see, let's take someone who's baptized at a young age and then as lie elsewhere, and they want to choose some other system of belief. They're then still going to be faced with a stark choice that we've identified, aren't they?
That's true.
So on that basis, I suggest to you that that policy and practice of your organization is in conflict with the Jehovah's Witnesses' belief, as you've said it is, in freedom of religious choice.
No, we don't see it that way.
I'm gonna go minimal this time, just like this. This needs UV light. So I have this. Come on. Oh, come on. Just work, you fucking idiot. I'll just play while it works.
But you're entitled to your opinion.
And I suggest also that it's in conflict with the idea of a loving and a compassionate God.
It's insane. You're entitled to your opinion that this is abuse, that this falls within the definition of abuse. That's how condescending. Is this even fucking connected?
Certainly, that wouldn't be in harmony with the Bible, what the Bible says, because at times Jehovah disciplined his people by having them go into exile, come back. So Jehovah is someone who believes in the ultimate overall benefit of good for persons, and sometimes that includes some form of discipline.
And do you accept that putting people to that choice makes your organization, in many respects, a captive organization?
I do not accept that at all.
Is there a scriptural basis to this policy of shunning?
Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity to express it. 1 Corinthians is the scripture, and no doubt you've seen it already. But 1 Corinthians, that's on page 1530.
Condescending.
Can you just
And
identify?
in this 1 Corinthians chapter 5, and starting at verse 1, it speaks of a situation where there was sexual immorality in the congregation in Corinth.
Sorry, Mr. Jackson, I'm really just asking, is there a scriptural basis? And you've identified what it is. Because my next question is,
Okay.
can it can it change? In other words, is there a basis upon which you foresee that your organization might be able to change that policy?
No.
No, he just
do you recognize
confirmed that the Jehovah's Witness will not change the policy of not allowing unbelieving Jehovah's Witnesses who don't believe anymore, to leave graciously, to not leave, do not shun those who leave. And again, Angus Stewart is more on the money than he knows, because he forgot about bad association, like that, which is the best case scenario for somebody who leaves the religion, is just being labeled bad association.
Mr. Jackson, and in asking this question, let me make it clear, I'm not suggesting it's peculiar to the Jehovah's Witness organization. There are many, many organizations in this position. But do you accept that the Jehovah's Witness organization has a problem with child abuse amongst its members?
I accept that child abuse is a problem right throughout the community, and it's something that we've had to deal with as well.
And
I've played that clip so many times. I feel like I've used it like 5 times in my channel or more, because this is Geoffrey Jackson admitting that Jehovah's Witnesses have had problems with child abuse.
do you accept that it's presented, I withdraw that, do you accept that the manner in which your organization has dealt with allegations of child sexual abuse has also presented problems?
There have been changes in policies over the last 20 or 30 years where we've tried to address some of those problem areas, and by the fact that we've changed the policy would indicate that the original policies weren't perfect.
And you accept, of course, that your organization, including...
So he can't say, yeah, we fucked up. He has to say, there has been some changes in policies, and since there has been changes in policies, you only change something that is not working, so therefore you can get to the conclusion that things were not working as well as they were working now. Geez, just say we fucked up and we've changed it. Just say that.
In positions of responsibility like elders are not immune from the problem of child sexual abuse.
That
Sorry.
appears to be the case.
And do you accept, Mr. Jackson, that many of the efforts that are being made by different people and organizations to highlight the issue of child sexual abuse and try and find solutions are genuine efforts to improve the situation?
I do accept that, and that's why I'm happy to testify.
This is another setup. Angus Stewart is just buttering up Geoffrey Jackson because by saying, hey, you agree that we're only here to help, right? Because he knows what Stephen Lett has said, that they're not there to help, that they're just well, I'll just let Angus Stewart say.
Such efforts are not necessarily an attack on your organization or its system of beliefs.
We understand that too.
You described earlier in your testimony that the work of this Royal Commission is beneficial. Do you accept then that the Royal Commission's efforts are genuine and well-intentioned?
I certainly do. And that's why we came into the Royal Commission hoping that collectively something would come forward that would help us as well as everybody else.
And would you disagree then with anyone who said that the efforts to highlight and deal with child sexual abuse in the Jehovah's Witness Church is engaging in apostate lies?
I guess that's a broad...
That's the setup. That's the payoff. So you would agree that if someone says that we're not trying to help you guys, you wouldn't say that those people are saying apostate lies, right? You wouldn't say that those people, the people that say that we're good, are saying apostate lies, right? And obviously Geoffrey Jackson is like, it depends.
Question, because sometimes those who make these accusations make many other accusations as well. But let me assure you, the person making the accusation is not the main thing. The main thing is there some basis to the accusation? And if there is some way that we can improve, the governing body is always interested in seeing how we can refine our policies. You see, Mr. Stewart, could I just emphasize, as a religion, two very strong things we do. One is we try to keep a high moral standard. And secondly, there's love among the organization. So we want to treat victims in a loving way.
Well, just on that point, Mr. Jackson, has the governing body considered apologising to survivors of child sexual abuse at the hands of elders within the organisation?
Oh, what a wonderful
haven't been-
thing. He's like, I mean, we weren't talking about you being humble, but you know, since you're talking about this shit, are you gonna apologize for like your policies when you were terrible? I love Angus Stewart. Like, you know, if Angus Stewart and that judge could have a baby, I'd love to be that baby.
And in discussions with regard to that,
Is that something that you foresee might happen? In other words, that an apology at least be considered?
the governing body has apologised on other matters. So for me to say, I can't speak collectively for everybody, but
What is the Jesus Christ, man. Oh my, that is another lie. That's another lie.
we have apologised on things in the past in other areas, so it is perceivable.
And has the governing body considered the introduction of a
Exactly.
scheme of paying compensation?
He's lying because we already know, like Mr. Geoffrey Window Cleaner said, no need to apologize. That is his real name.
To people within the organisation who've suffered child sexual abuse at the hands of elders?
Well, let me say there are many schemes that we've had with regard to humanitarian areas where, like flood victims and so on. I know this is not related. I'm just explaining. The governing body is happy to, for our organisation to spend money helping persons. How much more so someone who has been traumatised or affected in a bad way?
Those are my questions for Mr. Jackson, Your Honour.
You know, I suspect, Mr. Jackson, that the Commission is considering a redress scheme for survivors. Are you aware of that?
I did hear it mentioned, Your Honour, but I have no idea of the details.
Well, one of the suggestions is that there should be a scheme, national or otherwise, in which all of the institutions in which people were abused come together and provide for an independent decision-making process which would enable a fair distribution of compensation for those who were abused. Do you understand?
I do understand, Your Honour.
Would the Jehovah's Witnesses in a joint scheme with other institutions where people were abused?
No.
Your Honour, the answer is we need to see the details. But the possibility of us making sure help is given to those that have been victims, certainly that is a possibility.
Well, does that mean that the Jehovah's Witnesses would not, as a matter of principle, decline to join with other institutions in a coordinated redress scheme?
Your Honour, we would need to see that nothing was scriptural against us doing that, but there are many times when we have to deal with others with regard to financial matters. So per se, it's not something that is totally out of the option pool.
I want to ask you a question about a different matter.
Yes.
Mr. Stewart raised with you the difficulty of your adherence to the biblical references that require two witnesses before an allegation can be accepted. Do you understand?
I do understand that.
Now, we had evidence, and indeed this will, I'm sure, be your experience, that you hear from a person who alleges that something wrong has happened, and you yourself are entirely convinced of what they're saying to you and are satisfied that it's correct.
Oh, this is a wonderful question.
You understand?
I do understand.
And you can be in that position when there is no other witness to the event.
That is correct.
Now, what does the church do in the circumstance where the allegation may be against a father or someone who otherwise has close contact with a family, but there is only the allegation of the child, perhaps a girl, teenage girl? So the allegation can't be established. What does the church do
It
about
ignores it.
helping that child and or that family?
It ignores
That's a
it.
very good question. First of all, the elders should let the responsible adult or the victim, if possible, know that they have a right to take this to the criminal authorities, the judicial system. But that's just a matter of notifying them of that. But because we are concerned about the actual physical welfare of someone in a situation like that, we would make sure that there are provisions made that, of course, if it's in the family, we can't take the child out of the family physically, but at least make sure that things are put into place so that this person gets the best possible care and protection.
Well, what do you put in place?
Or allow the, say, the guardian of this victim, what they need to do. And of course, if it goes to the police, then it goes right into that whole government type arrangement whereby the government has authority to perhaps come in and separate families and so on.
But Mr. Jackson, many of these people don't want to go to the police because that involves potentially a public process, trial and so on. It's very common that people don't want to go to the police.
Yep.
But in the assumptions that I've put to you, the young person has acknowledged the church's obligation imposed upon them.
What the church is asking here is basically, listen, we know, you know, there are victims. I know there are victims. We all know that there are victims, right? Would you join a redress scheme to address all of those victims so they don't have to go through the tiresome and long judicial process, each and every one, to prove that they were victims when you and me know that they are victims? Would you join that? Geoffrey Jackson's obviously trying to say no.
To report the misbehaviour to the church, you understand?
Mm-hmm.
And then they find that the church won't determine the allegation to be true and act accordingly because there's only one witness, that is the young person. What does the church do to help that person or that family in those circumstances?
Well, as I mentioned, first of all, we would let them know that they should go to the police and try and, because this is beyond the parameters.
Mr. Jackson, we
of
covered that. This is a
Yes.
person, and there are many of them who don't want to go to the police, but they've come to your organisation because they're required to report misbehaviour. And underlying my proposition is, of course, that they would expect your organisation to help them.
Yes.
Well, what do you do?
And the help that is, well, can I just mention, first of all, Your Honour, our organisation, people come to our Christian meetings twice a week and they go into preaching work. But what happens in the home is beyond the actual jurisdiction of the elders to tell the parents how they should organise the things with their children. And the point that I'd just like to make is, you see, then everyone is put on.
Scissors are not as good because I have to do it with my left hand. So, but you know, I think they're still kind of okay, right? I'm still working on them.
Look, once the accusation is made, now we're aware. Could it be that the father, in an improper situation, another time is seen by the mother, and then she brings this forward? Then we have two witnesses.
Yeah, but I'm putting to you the proposition that you have one witness who you absolutely believe.
Yes.
What do you do?
Well, for the ultimate protection of that child, I could, if they feel that child and other children are in danger, I would hope that the conscience of the elders would notify the police if the parent is not willing to do that.
But that never happens.
So you would hope that the elders would act in that way. Is there any instruction?
Yes.
Is there any instruction that they are to act in that way?
Exactly.
You know, Your Honour, this is not my field. I can't tell you all the sections where we've said that. That is my understanding. But if that instruction isn't given, that's perhaps something that we need to look at.
And if the
Another fucking lie. He says this. Fuck! I ruined this thing. He says this isn't my field, which is a lie, and he says that he hopes that the elders would report it when he knows that the rules are the elders are not supposed to report it. So yeah, no, this is a huge lie. Like they're basically saying, look, listen, like do it. If you know that somebody is an abuser, wouldn't you report it to the police? Like, shouldn't it be policy to report it to the police? And Geoffrey Jackson's best answer is, well, we would hope that somebody would be moved to do so, definitely.
girl says, no, I don't want the matter to go to the police. I don't want the prospect of a criminal trial. But please, can the church help me? What do you do?
So then scriptural help would be given, but not go in and take a child away from parents.
What do you mean by
So
scripture? What's the scriptural
scriptural help.
What could that be?
So, well, perhaps one of the scriptural things that we could show is, the God's Love book that was referred to in this commission. I don't think you have the last couple of pages of that book for me to refer to, but there's a footnote there that talks about legal and judicial, secular action with regard to other witnesses. And there's a very clear footnote that says there, if someone does something like rape or a serious crime, this is definitely does not, they should not
Oh shit, I forgot to put on the closed captions.
stop a witness from reporting it to the authorities. So we would try to spiritually help them to become aware of their rights and the need, because maybe it's their decision, but if this affects other children, neighbours, and so on, surely they need to think a little beyond just the one person. Then the scriptural help that we would give is similar to other situations where people have experienced horrific tragedies in their lives, and their hope and trust in the Bible will give them some comfort. We found that 9/11, when the Twin Towers went down, Jehovah's Witnesses were invited actually to go in and help persons by sharing scriptures with them.
Sam Burns also has a great question. How can the Elders Manual go from one paragraph about CSA in 2019 to 12 pages in just 4 years, and if everything is based on the Bible? That's because nothing on the Elders Manual is based on the Bible. I'd love to do a deep dive, and if I was making a video, I'd probably do this for like a bit. But I'd like to go through all of the things that the manual says that are based on the Bible, because I'm pretty sure that like you can count it with one hand.
Now, if the circumstance is that the young person alleges they were abused by a member of the congregation, but not a member of their own family, and again, you as the elder are totally persuaded that the person is telling the truth, what do you do then? The assumption behind it, of course, is that the alleged abuser is a risk to others. What do you do?
That's correct, yes. So there is a process, and I think at the moment we are in the process of adjusting some of our policies. So that's why it is a good time for this Royal Commission. But definitely it becomes obvious that we need to inform some. We need to put restrictions on that person as to any type of association with minors. And if a person is genuinely innocent, they're not doing this, they should not mind the fact that they can clear their name by not being involved at all with dealing with children. Your Honor, could I just mention as a reminder?
Again, before Geoffrey Jackson gets away with this, Geoffrey Jackson is saying over here that what they do is just put restrictions, which means they're not allowed to preach with kids in the door-to-door service. That's pretty much it. And elders have to keep an eye on them. Parents are not told about this. Everyone else that's not an elder or a ministerial servant with a good reputation will not know about this. The best thing that they will know is the best thing that will happen is that people who will know about the situation, try their best to avoid this from happening again.
You see, Jehovah's Witnesses, because we respect the family unit, we don't have separate Sunday schools. We don't run youth camps separately. So we believe that things should be done within the family. But the spiritual help that we can give and trying to protect, avoiding contact with someone who's accused with minors is a little easier for us because we don't have those youth group separate arrangements.
Does anyone else have any questions? Ms. David.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'm Ms. David and I represent BCG. Are you familiar with BCG's case?
I'm sorry, I'm not. No, I haven't lived in Australia.
She asked if the person, sorry, the audio is really low. She asked if Geoffrey Jackson had heard of BCG's case.
For 36 years, and I haven't certainly had a chance to look through the files.
Well, BCG was one of the witness statements gave evidence at this commission. Have you had the opportunity to read her evidence or to look at her statement?
Again, she's just asking again if he has had the opportunity to, like, she basically said who BCG was and asked him if there had been if he had an opportunity to hear his testimony or whatever.
Sorry, the reason I came here was to care for my ailing father, and that's taken a lot of my time. Plus, I wasn't aware of the fact that I would be called before the commission.
I understand that, Mr. Jackson, but just do you not think that it is important, and I appreciate your own personal circumstances, not a criticism, but do you appreciate that it is very important for people in such senior positions as yours to really have a good understanding of the perspective of a survivor of abuse as BCG is?
She's asking if they could have a good perspective.
That comment, and let me say, I empathize. I don't know the details of what happened to the person you're representing, but I certainly empathize with whatever tragedy he or she has had to face.
But you agree that unless your organisation takes organises some research or study into the plight of people such as BCG, they will never really understand how the processes you have in place affect them.
That is a valid comment.
And at this stage, would you agree that you have not really undertaken or organised to undertake any such research or studies into the experience of people, young people or people of any age that have been abused within the organisation?
That is a little hard for me to say, give a definitive answer. Within the parameters of how we normally do research for our publications and so on, and the fact that our service departments are handling cases such as your client, they have considered a lot of the approaches that we've taken, and that's why we have changed things. And I'm sure the policies have changed since the time the person you were representing was actually helped or handled.
Just remaining on that point, you're aware that a Dr. Monica Applewhite gave evidence before the Commission?
I am aware, but I certainly didn't get a chance to see it. I apologise.
Are you aware that she was provided with some documentation or some witness statements from the Jehovah's Witness elders, but she was not provided with any witness statements from the survivors of abuse that have been provided during the course of this proceedings?
I'm sorry, I really am not in a position to say anything about it because could I just explain, as empathetic as I am to the...
That's why I feel they don't prepare in advance, because that way they can just claim ignorance. You know, they can just be like, I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know about it. Abuse, you say? What does that even mean? I don't even know.
The case, what I would hope for is that at the end of this commission, those who've had far more experience than I have in this subject will be giving recommendations to the governing body.
I appreciate that, and certainly I certainly noted what you have said in the evidence today. I just want to make the point that can you understand how people like BCG who have had nothing but just really very traumatic experiences feel very concerned when they feel that their voices are not being listened to at all by the senior members of your organisation?
I'd be very disappointed if that's the case, and certainly I would hate for that impression to be given to the person you're representing.
Well, and so in your efforts to ensure that in the future the processes will be reviewed to ensure that the perspective of the abused person is given proper heed, do you think it would be a good idea for your organisation to actually conduct some sort of research?
I
love this. This is basically, hey, so we've already determined that your organization does a lot of abuse, like a lot, so much of it. Do you guys would you consider researching just how much? Like just how much? Would you consider researching that?
The more information we can get, the better, because all of us are trying to deal with a very horrific problem, and any amount of information we can get would be beneficial.
I just want to make the point here, it is a very horrific problem, but the problems that have been, that BCG and others like her have experienced are compounded by their experience by having to go through the processes within your own congregation. So what I'm saying, it's a universal problem, but there are specific issues that clearly just relate to how the Jehovah's Witnesses have been dealing with it. So I guess what I'm suggesting, how important it is that it be a review that have specific regard to your processes.
I take your point as a valid point.
Just want to come to, on the issue of BCG, I know you're not aware of her case, but I will just very briefly give an overview, having regard to trying not to take too much time. But she made a complaint. It was ultimately, initially there was, because of the one witness rule, it was not accepted. Ultimately, on an appeal and with a confession, there was an acceptance of her complaint. She essentially did not make a full complaint to the authorities until after she left the congregation, I think approximately 15 years later. But in the interim, when the abuse was by her father, in the interim, approximately 7 years after she was initially abused, she learned that her father, BCH, had been reinstated back into the church. That's a very short history, but upon that event, she wrote an impassioned 5-page letter to the head office in Australia about her position and sought help. What she also sought was an assurance that the matter would be handled. She was leaving it absolutely. Her issue was entirely, this is a devout young Jehovah's Witness woman, she was leaving it in the care of the Jehovah's Witness church to do something. And she wrote a letter. She said, now I can only leave the matter in your hands and pray Jehovah directs the outcome, whatever it may be. But she implored head office to Bethel not to ignore the letter and to do something.
This is just insane. Like, it's an abuse victim who's still kind of indoctrinated, pleading, hey, this is my abuser. Don't let them back in your religion because he's abusive. And obviously, like, that didn't happen, which is why you know, she gained prominence and why the government took her testimony, as far as I know. Before we continue, look at this. Don't they look kind of cool? I decided to go a little bit more minimalist in this. But yeah, you know, I think it looks cool. I honestly don't know why people say, like, oh, you know, the only women do their nails. Because I feel like, I don't know, like, have you ever seen a woman with these nails? Like, look at this. Anyway, let's keep watching. Thank you so much. Let's keep watching.
About the terrible situation. She explained about her suicide attempt. She explained the devastation to her and to her sisters who were also abused. What was sent back to her was a letter, and if it could look at please at tender bundle 30.
Thank you so much. I think it's pretty good, right?
Yes, I have it here.
You have that letter. This was after 7 years of this. BCG has given evidence that after she made the complaint, that she did not receive any assistance.
I need to turn on some lights. Hold on.
Sufficient support, or even scriptural support. But if you could look at that letter, you can see that it says, firstly, always throw your burden on Jehovah. Can you see that in the second paragraph?
In the second paragraph, yes, I can.
Yes. She was also told about the heartwarming prayer of David is appropriate, where he entreated Jehovah to preserve his tears in a skin bottle. She has given evidence here to the effect that she felt silenced by what she was told. And she also said, and what she was essentially advised, if you go to the third paragraph, is that that with Jehovah's help and your own effort, you can look forward to the new world of peace. But she was really given no solace to deal with what was going to continue to be very painful for her in this world. Do you agree with that? How do you read through that letter?
So, yes, and this is the first time I've seen the letter. My apologies. But I would agree with you that if this is the only help she got, certainly that is not enough. But as I said, I don't know the case. What help did the elders give her personally? What are the circumstances? But I agree with you that something far more than a letter like this would be required to help her.
And you so appreciate that it could in fact be even some strict reliance on just giving scriptural guidance to someone who has suffered extreme trauma can in fact result in even a more damaging outcome for that particular person. Do you accept that?
What I accept is that sometimes when a letter is written, it's very hard to convey the spirit behind the letter.
Yes.
I certainly would expect as a member of the governing body that anyone writing a letter from a branch would do so in the spirit of love and concern. So perhaps, but I do admit that if someone read this, they perhaps could not see that love and concern.
And we accept that by what she has said in her letter, which was, now I can only leave the matter in your hands, and I won't, it's a 5-page letter that there's not enough time to go through clearly here now, but throughout that letter she is seeking assistance, guidance, help. She's told you about the trauma she has experienced, but there's a real duty, isn't there, to do something about the overall well-being of a person such as BCG.
I agree with what you said. They need far more than just one letter.
And do you agree that given the special nature of the congregation, as I think you have said before, that it's not just a case of congregation where people turn up and...
Honestly, it's a matter of getting used to. Like the first few days that I wore nail polish, I was like, oh, I don't know if I like it. But then I have been wearing nail polish for like well over a year, and I feel really weird when I don't have nail polish. Like sometimes even with this like minimal nail polish, I'm like, just a little bit naked. It's just a matter of getting used to it. And I think it's just a pretty punk thing to do. Like it's a great way to go against gender constructs that are just everyone should know are bullshit anyway.
Go to church, it's a family, that there is therefore an either...
Yeah, I need a little bit of a break mentally, because I mean, this is a letter for help, a desperate letter for help. And if it hadn't been because of the government, we don't know how many letters for help there are. You know, it's just we don't know. Sorry, I need to close the door. Hold on.
Greater duty within that family to ensure that people like BCG are cared for in a comprehensive way.
I agree totally with you, probably more so than you realise. Each sheep in the congregation is someone that needs to be cared for and loved. And I find it very, very hard to believe that this was the only help that was given to her. And if in fact that was the case, my heart goes out to her, and certainly we need to make sure that more help is given than this.
And I just want to come back to the point I made before about, or the questions that I asked you before in relation to ensuring that there was some research done. For example, Dr. Applewhite came here and really to really say that the education program was a good one and perhaps better than some others, but there was no research to demonstrate how effective, in fact, the Jehovah's Witness program was. And again, I apologise for the length of my question, but I'm trying to get to a point, which is that it is really disheartening for the survivors that evidence from people such as Dr. Applewhite, without any reference whatsoever to the victim's experience, suggests to them that the reason for engaging experts is to, in fact, rather, if I can say, it has more to do with the reputation of the Jehovah's Witnesses than any real attempt to get to a deep understanding of their experience.
I certainly hope that is not the case, and that certainly was not the intent of it. So please be assured that we are interested in individuals such as the client that you're representing.
We are interested in individuals such as what's her name, like, you know, the whatever person you're representing, because I'm not that interested as to get informed. Like, what a fucking asshole. Like, just oh my God. Like, oh, you're obviously not interested, because if you were interested, I just brighten up the monitor so I can have more knowledge. If you were interested, then you would have read about it. Like, they would, you know, you would have gotten informed before coming here. Don't give us this bullshit.
I just want to go back to... Sorry.
I take this opportunity. I don't know your client, but please, could you convey an expression of my love and concern, and reassure her that that obviously,
if you had love and concern for them, then you would have gotten informed. You fucking asshole.
She's had an opportunity to speak about how she feels, and hopefully this will help the policies and procedures to improve.
I just want to now go to something a little bit, if I say, more technical. If we go to document Tender Bundle 120 at page 72.
Yeah, this is important to point out. This is what the organization would tell them: pray more, study more, don't miss meetings. That is it. That is literally all of the advice that the organization is giving. When Geoffrey Jackson is like, oh, you know, we're so loving, we care so much about indoctrination victims. I mean, not indoctrination victims, but about abuse victims and all of that stuff. What he means is that he's going to tell them to pray more, study more, and don't miss meetings. That's it. That's as far as the help will go. Maybe somebody will, like, if the elder is nice, he'll get his wife to, like, cook something and bring it over to them and just listen to them a little bit, and then that's it. That best case scenario. That's it. When these abuse victims should be going through therapy.
72. I just want to ask you, it refers there to the testimony of youths as being under paragraph 37, where we're looking at evidence established wrongdoing, and just how the Jehovah's Witness would view the testimony of youth. I note that it says there, the testimony of youths may be considered, it is up to the elders to determine whether the testimony has the ring of truth. Just in relation to that, firstly, how would you define a youth? Are you able to do this?
As someone still in a family arrangement under the legal age. But perhaps in this context, I'm sure it means probably someone younger.
So if there's some doubt about the testimony of youth, that you wouldn't accept that it would carry less weight perhaps than the testimony of an adult, I'm just trying to understand what the basis for that is. Pardon?
Thank you very much for asking the question. It's a very good question. May I just mention, this is in the context of general disputes or things that may be handled. Could I give you an example that is not related to the Commission? It could be, say, for example, a mother and a father decide to separate, there's a divorce, and now the children, maybe the mother has primed the children to say certain things about the father in order to get custody of the child. Now, of course, Jehovah's Witnesses are not involved with deciding if parents, how they do divorces and so on. But you see, in a case like that, in the...
Let's just examine what Geoffrey Jackson just said. He said that sometimes women prime their children to say bad things about the father, implying that women will ask children to say that their father abused them to get custody of the children. And it is up to Geoffrey Jackson and his buddies to determine what's the truth. It's crazy. It's crazy. Even if women did that, because I mean, I don't believe that just women would do that, right? I feel like if people do that, then humans would do it, right? It wouldn't just be women. It would be a bi-gender issue, all right? But even if this happened, who gives Geoffrey Jackson or his fucking elders any authority to determine whether or not what they're saying is true? Who gives them any authority to determine that? Because that's what they're saying. If they determine that that's not the truth, then they won't do anything. If there were any allegations of any kind of abuse, the moment that there are allegations, the police should be contacted. So the police determines who should go to jail. It's not up to the elders to determine whether the police should be contacted, or whether maybe it's just that the kids are being primed by their mother to say that their father abused them, so the mother can take custody of their children. Give me a fucking break.
In the testimony of a child, you'd have to take in consideration in that situation.
Yeah, no, most mothers wouldn't do this. Like, most people wouldn't do this. Most rational people wouldn't do this. Like, what he's talking about is an insane thing. And I think the only thing he's saying this, the only reason why he's saying this is because he met a fucking elder who abused everybody, and whose wife divorced him, and who then used like the testimony of his children, and then the father was like, oh no, actually every single one of them are lying. Every single one of them are lying. And he's like, I know of cases where every single one of them is lying, because this fucking idiot believed the elder instead of believing the victims.
Whether or not they were influenced by one of the parents or otherwise, it's just only a caution to make sure that the evidence is credible. But may I stress, this is a general principle across all the type of things that we're handling.
Can I just understand? I'm not quite sure I'm understanding. Wouldn't it be the case that you would have to consider the evidence of anyone to determine whether it had the ring of truth, whether they were a youth, child, or adult? What's the difference?
That is true, Your Honour.
Well,
that is true.
Why are...
Start, could I just say, with regard to sexual abuse, we've already made the statement that the child would be believed. But in these general principles that I tried to highlight with regard to a divorce or some other things, perhaps a child who's dependent upon a parent may be influenced in some way by them.
So this is here to...
Perhaps a child who's dependent on a parent may be influenced by them. Again, even if this happened, which it doesn't, It shouldn't be up to the elders to determine that. It shouldn't be up to the elders. Like, the elders don't fucking know. How the fuck are the elders gonna know the difference? What, on vibes only? No. This is just another excuse to not take the victim's testimony. Everything that he's been saying are just excuses to not believe the victim.
Mark out the risk that someone's evidence might be influenced by another person, including an adult.
That's correct, Your Honour, yes. And it's only a reminder. It's in no way designed to say that children cannot give evidence.
Very well.
Just in relation to, given that you've categorised the testimony of youth, is there any other, the testimony of children, is there, the testimony of children is not mentioned at all there, so I'm just concerned as to whether the testimony of children would have even lesser weight because of the age.
Yes, it would have.
And perhaps their vulnerability to influence.
I'm not quite sure of your question, I'm sorry, but this is just in the
Sure.
context of, like you see, the next bullet point mentions the testimony of unbelievers and disfellowship bill, disassociated ones. It says may also be considered. So again, if someone has disassociated themselves, perhaps they have a grudge against someone in the organisation, but this person is credible in giving a witness, they could give a testimony. So it's just giving some general guidelines, common sense, nous type things to those that are handling these cases, but in no way is it designed to stop these ones.
I was going to ask you about this bullet point, but you took us to it. It separates out the testimony of unbelievers and disfellowshipped or disassociated
Yes.
ones. It says that it may be considered, but it must be weighed carefully. It suggests to an outsider that what the document is doing is expressing a need for extra caution when it's.
Yeah, just this bears repeating. Like I know most people know this. I know most people know this, but this bears repeating. Children are horrible liars. It's either a blatant lie or 100% truth. And a child typically doesn't have the imagination to make up specific sexual acts. That's correct. For a child to lie about abuse is like for you to describe a color that hasn't been invented. You know, like children don't have that in their brains yet. They don't even know about that shit. So if a child tells you that they were abused, that is most likely the case. That is most likely the case because children lack the capability of imagining that thing could happen. That they just don't have that in their brains, which is why it's so infuriating to see Geoffrey Jackson just poop all over the testimony of children, of the victims, and trying to find ways to get rid of the testimony instead of taking it into consideration.
The evidence of an unbeliever as opposed to a believer that's being considered. Is that a correct reading of the document?
The reading of the document is saying someone who doesn't agree with or feel the same way we do about the scriptures, perhaps may take a different viewpoint on certain things. For example, the matter of lying. You see, Jehovah's Witnesses endeavour to be truthful and present facts in a truthful manner. Someone who is not a witness may have no difficulties at all about telling a lie. I'm not saying, Your Honour, that no Jehovah's Witnesses.
Why is Geoffrey Jackson like this? He is so intellectually dishonest and such a weaselly little liar, dude. Like, just why is he like this? He just said, no, it's just, you know, like Jehovah's Witnesses, like obviously if they lie, like we take truth like we believe truth is so important. Bitch, what have you been doing for all this took all day to you? You've been doing nothing but like spreading lies and misinformation. And yet he uses this example of saying, oh, Jehovah's Witnesses would never lie. When you're lying, oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Perfect, but that's just a reminder that these ones perhaps could make a false statement.
So
No, they couldn't make a false statement.
The document is saying be more careful with the evidence of unbelievers than you would be with the evidence of believers. Is that right?
That's what it says. Yes, Your Honour.
Sorry,
He just admitted that someone labeled a non-believer, which means someone who is not on the cult, their testimony will not have as much weight as the testimony of a Jehovah's Witness. So if somebody is like abused or something by a Jehovah's Witness, and the Jehovah's Witness says, "Oh no, you know that person's lying," who do you think they're going to believe? According to Geoffrey Jackson, again, this is why this is a great watch, because Geoffrey Jackson can't help but say the quiet thing out loud and to incriminate himself and say, "Yeah, no, we don't believe unbelievers. Like if people are not in our cult, we don't really care what they have to say."
just to be clear on the issue of the testimony of a child, again, what is there an age that you might define a child, you know, compared with a youth, to make that distinction? Is there any age category or some criteria that you would use? Or
Sorry, I wish I could answer your question, but I think that goes to people more qualified than I am.
Who's more qualified?
I just coming to that, would that be an area that you would review in the context or in relation to any wrongdoing, but particularly in relation to obviously the matters in issue here, in relation to the testimony of views? Because do you agree that that could very much confuse an elder who took that literally to, you know, begin with a level of scepticism about the testimony of a youth?
Your point is well taken, and that's why we update this book from time to time when we see perhaps inadequacies in it.
And that as a whole, it might, by omitting reference to a child, it might make the reader consider, well, what is the status of the evidence of a child? Does it have any value at all?
Yeah, does it?
There's all other points.
Just an argument. When you were answering questions earlier to counsel assisting, and Your Honour, you clearly seemed open to the idea that perhaps prior to the Judicial Committee, it might be an opportunity for women to be involved in that preliminary, if I could say, preliminary investigative stage. I'm just coming down to the point of where it says there must be 2 or 3 eyewitnesses, not just people repeating hearsay. I just see that if you look at that point there, that there must be 2 or 3 eyewitnesses, not just people repeating hearsay, that you would really have to formalise a process whereby if an abused person spoke to, for example, a couple of female sisters, that wouldn't then just take on the character of hearsay evidence. Do you understand the point I'm making there?
I understand your point, and yes.
I just guess what I'm saying is that when you are looking at policies,
Look, I had to redeem myself. This is how they usually are. I swear to God. It's just for some reason I just roll the worst ones when I'm live streaming. This is how they usually are. They're nice, okay? I'm skilled stoner. It's the one thing I know how to do.
We agree that it would be worthy of ensuring that did not perhaps confuse an elder attempting to interpret this policy, that in fact it would diminish the value of involving women at that point.
That's a good point. And let me say, we're always interested in trying to improve whatever we're doing.
So again, just coming back to the scriptures, that again, clearly as BCG was a very devout young Jehovah's Witness, that the importance of ensuring that whatever scriptural guidance a devout Jehovah's Witness survivor is given, that it is, you know, it just can't come from.
I disagree. Literally all the Jeffs I know are shut up, Pee-wee. Literally all the Jeffs I know are Jehovah's Witnesses.
A one-size-fits-all scriptural package. Do you agree?
I agree totally. I do agree totally.
That it must be tempered with by having real experts consider how a young person like BCG might internalise certain scriptures in a way that is ultimately quite destructive.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions? No? Mr. Bannon, no? No. Mr. Stewart, do you have any questions?
No, I don't, Sean.
Yes, very well. Well, that completes your evidence, sir. Thank you very much for your time today. You're now formally excused from your summons.
Thank you.
Mr. Stewart, right?
Yes, Your Honour. Two things. One, in relation to the directions, those were made a week ago on the basis of 4 weeks for submissions and 4 weeks thereafter. Given that we've had this evidence today, a week later, and that
No.
Dr. Applewhite's report is still to come.
I think this is just about them you
gonna
coordinating
ask
the,
whether we
the,
can-
the, the
No,
last
we'll leave
one,
the
right?
directions in
Yeah,
place. It's important, like.
yeah.
with all
Geoffrey
matters,
Jackson
that
has
we
been excused.
ensure that we dispose of them as.
So yeah, that's how the testimony of Geoffrey Jackson concludes. This was I don't know. This was a pretty good watch. I think I've been meaning to make a video. Let's just remove this because you know it's just about their issues and whatever. But Geoffrey Jackson's done. But yeah, this was an amazing view. I didn't even know that I was gonna end up live streaming for like 4.5 hours, but it was amazing. It was very thrilling. It was very interesting to see how Geoffrey Jackson lies. Sometimes outright, sometimes by omission, sometimes by approximation. He lies in so many different ways, and he tries to obfuscate the truth in so many times where he basically never answers the question directly, and he feels like answering, like saying yes, you're right, is like, I don't know, like it's gonna help Angus Stewart, or is gonna be like admitting defeat, which is something that Jehovah's Witnesses have. They will never say, yeah, no, that is true. Like you have a good point if they don't agree theologically with you. Even if you've already proven that you have a really good point. So yeah, so let me know, what do you guys think about this testimony? This is insane. Geoffrey Jackson is just the worst. It's just the absolute worst, and you can see how misogynist he is and how little he cares about the victims, even in this testimony. Like, it's just so transparent, and it doesn't take that much, like, reading in between the lines to see how much he lied. And we know how much he lied because, again, as I've said before, 8 years have passed, and all of the things that he could have changed, he didn't change. Nothing has changed. So he lied when he said that he's looking forward to figuring out how to change things, because nothing changed at the end of the day. But yeah, anyway, that is right. I can also see now why this made so many leave the organization. This made so many leave the organization. This is a terrible testimony, and I feel this is one of our most powerful tools that we have as ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, or as apostates, which is how I like to label myself as, to just wake people up. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hate the video, but I love the commentary. Thanks. Yeah, I know. Thank you so much for being here. Like, I'm gonna keep it in the channel, obviously. But the people who don't watch it with me in the live stream, those are losers. You guys are the real MVPs. Like, this video is completely for you. So thank you so much for joining me. I hope you guys had a good time, and please let me know what do you think of, and don't forget to subscribe if you want to keep watching these videos that I'm into, because again, this is all part of my research. So thank you so much. Don't forget to subscribe, like the video. I don't know, have a good night, sleep tight.